of the community. I'm going to start by introducing the members of the Portfolio Committee that are present at the moment, starting from my left with the Honourable MEC.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Nakalibitso ke Vuiswa Ramokgopa. I am the MEC of Agriculture and Rural Development. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, and morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bronwyn Engelbrecht.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to the community. My name is John Moody.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning to our MEC and Chairperson. My name is Jade Miller, and I'm a member of the committee.
I'm going to move to my right-hand side. And we've got another member who will be joining us. He's still on the way. Here she is. But let's go to the right-hand side.
Aye, Leondale, aye. Aye, Leondale, aye. Sanibonani bahlali. Igama lami nguNomthandazo wakwaMiso, a member of this committee.
Thank you. You may know. Honourable Kathy, you may introduce yourself.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me catch my breath. Good morning, honorable members, MEC. Sanibonani bahlali. Mina igama lami nguNomathemba Mkhethi, the member yale committee. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Dr. Mukherjee. Any apologies from the members' side? Nozi, have you got a microphone there where you are?
Thank you, Chair, morning, and members, and MEC, and everybody. I've got one apology. Member Choke, he said he's have another meeting where he's the main speaker. Thanks.
Thank you for that, Nozi. Honourable Muller.
Thank you. Member Diache is joining online, but she has a conflict of meetings this morning, so that's why she's not here in person.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And then I think members of the delegates of the departments, are there anybody outstanding? In the absence of the former Honourable MEC Peters, anybody from the Environmental Affairs Department? Hands there.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members and the community. I'm standing in for the HOD of Environment. He's currently attending the Gauteng Industrial Symbiosis in Business Opportunity Meeting. So I'll be standing in as the acting head. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Honourable members, Honourable MEC colleagues, members of the community, stakeholders. The purpose of the meeting today is to consider research analysis of a budget allocation for the 2025-26 financial year for both the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development and the Department of Environment. The committee will further consider the following presentations. The presentation by a researcher on the members' bill. No, this is not the Apologies, I've got the incorrect information in front of me. Just one moment. Okay, the agenda. Nozi, is it possible for you to flight the agenda? Yeah, we're going to do the agenda for us. Is it possible so that everybody can see? I'm getting there now. Okay. Let's see if she's flighted it. Can you see if she's flighted it? Okay. Thank you. Just flighted the agenda. Honourable members, everybody present. Before we start our meeting, I as chairperson have to give a preamble of the declaration of the legislature's precinct by reading Rule 56(1) and 2 and then declare the venue a Gauteng legislature precinct, because this will be a session of the legislature as if it is taking place in the legislature. In other words, the rules of the legislature would apply to the session. And I do so as follows. I, Jaco Mulder, chairperson of the Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development Portfolio Committee, hereby declares Leondale Community Hall, Germiston, Ekurhuleni Municipality as a precinct of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature in terms of Rule 56(1) and 2 of the Standing Rules of the Gauteng Legislature, version 5, revision 8, read together with section 2(1) and section 28 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act No. 4 of 2004. For the duration of this meeting, this place will be the precinct of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. Thus, the standing rules of the legislature will apply and govern all the engagements of the day. As I started earlier, before the agenda was flighted, the purpose of the meeting is by informing the department and on what they expected to do in the meeting, just as follows. Make a presentation on the Gauteng Department of Agriculture and Rural Development's budget allocation for the 2025-26 financial year. To make a presentation of the Gauteng Department of Environment budget allocation for 2025-26 financial year. And then further, we will allow stakeholders, invited stakeholders, to make their inputs, to ask clarity, seeking questions, and make submissions of the presentations. Just let, apparently we've got some technical difficulties. The recorder is not working. Not working. Just let's give them a little while. While we're waiting, just another bit of information. Those of you who have received translation devices like this, the channel for English will be on channel 1, Sesotho and Setswana on channel 3, isiZulu and isiXhosa channel 4, Afrikaans channel 2, Sivenda, Sisonga channel 5, and sign language will be visible on the monitor in the front. And I'd just like to remind you from the start to hand in these devices before you leave. I'll mention it later again. Are there any people present who would be needing some of these translation devices? Anyone who needs translation devices, just put up your hands. They will come to you. All present, thank you for your patience. The recorder is in order now, so I have to repeat the process. Just be patient for a while, and if you need devices, just keep your hand up so that they can hand it out. I'm going to declare the venue once again as a Gauteng Provincial Legislature precinct. I, Jaco Mulder, Chairperson of the Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development Portfolio Committee, hereby declares Leondale Community Hall, Germiston, Ekurhuleni Municipality as the precinct of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature in terms of Rule 56(1) and 2 of the Standing Rules of the Gauteng Legislature. Version 5, Revision 8, read together with Section 2(1) and Section 28 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act No. 4 of 2004. For the duration of this meeting, this place will be the precinct of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. The standing rules of the legislature will apply and govern all the engagements of the day. Once again, thank you for your patience. Please allow me just to outline the purpose of the meeting. And what will happen now is the following. The department will make a presentation on the Gauteng Department of Agriculture and Rural Development's budget allocation for 2025-26 financial year. And then also the Department of Environment will do the same with the budget allocation of the 2025-26 financial year. I will then further allow as chairperson to the invited stakeholders to make their inputs, ask clarity-seeking questions, and make submissions after the presentations. If we're ready, then Nozi, if it's possible for you. Yeah. Okay. Apparently there's another technical difficulty. Is the sound audible to the internet broadcast, for the internet broadcast? Is it audible? Can someone just indicate? It's fine. Good. Thank you. Now we set to go. Nozi, can you once again just flight the agenda, please? Lozi. Can you just flight the agenda once again, please? Let's start the process. While she's flighting the agenda, another one of our committee members joined us, and I will afford the opportunity to introduce herself.
Thank you very much. Ngithanda ukubulisa wonke umuntu la eholweni. Ngixolise futhi for ukufika ngalesikhathi engifike ngaso. Igama lami mina nguThepho Stika, ngiyimember yekomiti. Thank you.
Can I just ask the technical team to verify one of our members has joined online, Honorable Leondale, and she can't hear anything that we say. Could we just check and get that in order, please?
Morning, Chairperson. It is now audible.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Leondale. Thank you, Nozi. There's the agenda. I just want to go through the agenda first as it is flighted there. We're at item 3 now, confirmation of the agenda as it is flighted there. Presentation by the Gauteng Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. Then item 5 by the Department of Environment. 6, inputs and comments by youth in agriculture. Opportunity for questions and responses. 7 is a standard procedure that we've got in the committee. Resolution tracking 8 NCOP bills, 9 provincial bills, petitions, 10 correspondence, 12 other matters arising, and then the date of the meeting and adjournment. Honourable members, the agenda has been sent to everybody beforehand. Could I get a mover to adopt the agenda?
Yes, Chair.
Honourable Siteka.
Thank you very much, Chair. I move for the adoption of the agenda as it is.
Thank you. Honourable Miller.
Thank you. I move to second the adoption of the agenda.
Thank you. Then the agenda has been adopted. Now there's a problem on the screen again. Honourable members, let's continue with item 4, presentation by the Gauteng Department of Agriculture and Rural Development on their budget allocations for the 2025-26 financial year. I want to ask the Honourable MEC if she would lead this item 4, and maybe she would introduce us to whoever will be doing the presentation. Thank you, Honourable MEC.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Sanbonan Bahlali. Dumelang bagolo. Goeiemôre voorsitter. And once again, good morning to the honourable members of the committee. I am joined today, Chairperson, by the department officials, led by the acting HOD, Mr. Ekurhuleni Lemase. Maybe you can show yourself, acting HOD. Thank you. And the presentation will also be led by the acting CFO, Mr. Barry Fenter. Thank you. There are also all the relevant chief directors from the department, and all of them are sitting in the front rows. I won't name you all one by one in the interests of time, but suffice to say we are well represented here today as the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. I thank you again for the opportunity, Chair, to present the 2025-2026 budget on behalf of the department, Gauteng Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. And if I may just make one or two quick opening remarks before I hand over to Mr. Fenter. This budget is not just about the numbers that are going to be presented by the acting CFO. This budget also belongs to all of us. It is not the budget solely of the department. It is indeed the budget that belongs to the people of Gauteng and the people of South Africa. And for that reason, this budget is not just about numbers, it is actually about the commitment that we are making as the department to fulfilling the promises and the goals that we have set for ourselves. And as you would know, and we'll talk more about it, our three main objectives as the department is to end hunger in our communities, to ensure that no child in this province goes to bed hungry or goes to school on an empty stomach. Our second goal is to support and ensure that we support the commercialization of small-scale farmers. We want to see farmers in Gauteng becoming self-sustaining, being able to start businesses and support themselves and feed the people of Gauteng through the product that is grown in our province. We also want to see our entrepreneurs, abo mama, young people, being involved in agro-processing and ensuring that we benefit also from the value chain of agriculture. And the third key objective for us is to create jobs, real, sustainable, meaningful jobs, so that our young people do not have to sit at home being despondent, sitting with degrees that are gathering dust, unable to serve and use their skills in building our economy. And that is what this budget seeks to achieve. But the budget alone cannot do that. To make this possible, this budget must be supported by good governance and good financial management and ethical use of public funds. For every rand that we receive from National Treasury, we must be able to account for how that money was spent. And more importantly, we must be able to measure the outcomes of this expenditure. As the department, we have said it is not enough to say we supported 5,000 households. If those households next year come back to us still to come and ask for support again, we must make sure that the type of support that we give is actually resulting in meaningful change and progress for our people. And lastly, and most importantly, we must make sure that as a department, and this is something we are committing to, although we have a number of capacity challenges, we are committed to ensuring that we not only use funds responsibly, but also deploy funds to where they will have the most impact. So with that, Chair, I just wanted to share those two opening remarks, because for us and why we come here and present this here with the community is that we all have a responsibility to make this budget mean something. When people receive funding from the department, if they waste that money, if they end up using that money for what it's not meant to be used for, then this budget becomes meaningless. And we then end up wasting the money that is given to us. So I want to share and say we are very mindful of the responsibility that we have, Chair. And although we cannot cater to every need, with the little that we have, we are trying to ensure that our strategy delivers maximum impact for the most amount of people. So let me quickly then hand over back to yourself, Mr. Venter. I hope you've got a microphone. As I've said, the acting CFO will take us through the presentation and just share how our budget is going to be distributed for the 2025-26 year. And just for the record, that financial year has already started. It starts in April and will then take us through to next year. So over to yourself, Mr. Venter.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable MEC, Honourable Members, Chairperson, HODs, colleagues, and the community. I will be taking you through the Gauteng Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. It's budget vote 11 for the 2025-26 financial year. I'm not sure. There we go. So this is just on presentation format. So the table of contents is just quickly looking at the mandate, department mandate, constitutional mandate, vision and key focus areas, alignment of the department plans to GGDT, MTF, priority area of action, budget allocation over the MTF period, revenue projection over the MTF period, as well as some of the challenge we already identified in the department. Looking at the constitutional mandate of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development is derived from Section 27 of the Constitution, which derives from everyone has the right to have access to health care, food and water, and social security. Just looking at the vision of the department, the vision is food secure and healthy Gauteng through sustainable, inclusive, transformed, and globally competitive agriculture value chain. The mission, we will achieve our vision through ensuring sustainable agriculture produce and land use, enabling participating in inclusive commercial agri-food value chain, promoting food security and food safety in line with international best practice, facilitate agricultural and rural development, and stimulate sustainable jobs, contributing to One Health system and leverage effective partnerships. The department's plans or budget is also aligned with government priorities. These priorities of GDART is ending hunger by facilitating local sustainable food production, support and commercialization of smallholder farmers and agro-processors through aggregation and value chain integration, facilitating economic growth and creation of sustainable jobs through industrial development and export promotion. Colleagues, this is just also alignment to the department's plan to govern priorities. Those are the MTF strategic priorities for 2024 till 2029. It's driving inclusive economic growth and job creation. The second strategic priority is reducing poverty and tackling high cost of living. And 3, building capacity and ethical and development state. That also then links to your GDT 2030 priorities, which have 7 themes. Economic, employment and infrastructure is the first one. The second theme is we are linking it to skills, The third one is health. The fourth one is partial transformation. Theme 5 is linking to food security. Theme 6 is state capacity and capability. And all these GGD 2030 priorities are underpinned by improving living conditions in township, informal settlements and households in, we call it TRISH, plus your CBDs. The budget priorities of the department has covered the following priority areas, which is your APP, strategic plan and operational plans, national sector priorities, the MTDP priorities, GDT 2030 priorities, MEC delivery agreements, as well as your SOPA priorities. The department during the 24-25 financial year was one department because of the elections last year. Government of National Unity was formed, and the Premier also decided to split the department. In splitting the department for the 25-26 financial year, the department needed to then split the department's budget based on the baseline allocations. These is just an indication of how the department approached splitting of Program 1, which is administration, which is your support function to core in the department. So the compensation of employee budget split, the percentage that was applied by the department was a 53-47 split, which 53 is allocated to the Department of Environment and 47 was allocated to Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. The MEC's budget was also split 50-50. Split of goods and services was approached by looking at the different functions being provided by Program 1, administration, and if those items could not be split by the percentage being allocated, we then applied the percentage splits of 53-47 for those items. Transfers and transfer payments and capital assets were also split by applying that specific agreed percentage split of 53 and 47. This is just looking at Program 1 budget. So if you look at Office of the MEC, the baseline allocation for MEC was 7.9 million. We did receive additional budget of 2.1. The revised allocation then for MEC's office was 10 million. Senior management at 10.8. And the revised baseline just stayed the 10.8. Corporate services was allocated 107.3 million with additional budget of 10.4. The revised baseline budget is 117.8 million, and financial management 23.7 million, additional budget of 11.1. The revised budget is then 34.9 million. The total revised baseline allocation for Program 1 is then 173.6 million. Just looking at the additional budget being received by the department, we receive additional 24.6 million allocated to GR. That's the payment for outstanding creditors for the 24-25 financial year, which we called accruals. So Treasury then provide us with additional budget so it doesn't impact on the 25-26 financial year allocation. Furthermore, the department received additional 23.8 million for compensation of employee budget in Program 1, specifically to accommodate the filling of critical posts as part of the baseline structure. This is necessary to enable the department to fulfill its fiduciary duties and governance functions in Program 1. The department also, after the PMOC process, the PMOC process is relating to the split of the department. A new organizational structure will be developed based on the mandate of the department, and additional funding will be requested then from Provincial Treasury to fill these vacant positions based on the new organizational structure that will be developed. Just looking at administration, that's a breakdown per economic classification. So that is your compensation of employee budget, goods and services, transfers and subsidies, and payments of capital assets. On COE, the revised baseline is 103.3 million. Goods and services is the 66 million. Transfers and subsidies just the 1 million, and payments for capital assets is 3.2 million. Again, just the total on administration program is 173.6. Looking at the department's total allocation, the department budget is aligned to the APP targets for the MEC delivery agreements. The measures posed by the department to tighten physical discipline relate to online commitment, the department to what has been allocated and approved in the APP and MEC delivery agreement. No overcommitment of the budget allocation for the 25-26 financial year will be allowed. This is just a quick indication of the budget being allocated over the MTF period, but we're also reflecting on the 23-24, 24-25 financial year, and the section highlighted in blue is for the 25-26 financial year. So it's just a comparison what we are receiving in the current financial year in relation to the previous financial year. So agriculture have 7 programs. It's got administration, which is your support function, which also hosts the MEC HOD's office, corporate services, like I've indicated in the previous slides, and also the next program is sustainable resource management. Then we've got agriculture producer support and development. The next program is veterinary services. Then the next one is research technology development services. We also have agriculture economic services as well as a rural development program. So looking at administration, which I also already reported, the budget allocated there is 173.685 million, and that is about 27% increase from the previous financial year. Sustainable resource management, they got an allocated budget of 18.9 million, and that's a 17% increase in the previous financial year. Agriculture producer support, the allocation there is 260.7 million. That's a slight decrease of 5% since the previous financial year, which I will explain just now after this slide. And veterinary services also allocation of 104.1 million, which is a 7% increase. Resource development, research, technology and development, a budget allocation of 65.6 million. It's a 12% increase. Agriculture economic services, 37.1 million, an increase of 26%. Rural development are being allocated 10.7 million with an increase of 16 million, and then the total for the department being allocated is 671 million. So it's an increase of 63.5 million. It's a 9% increase then there. The economic classification, compensation of employees, again just looking at the blue sections that's been highlighted. The revised budget is 364 million, increase of 56.6 million and a 16% increase there. Goods and services, 296.7 million, a 65.6 million increase of 23, which is a 23% increase. And then transfers and subsidies is a 5.3. There's a decrease of 63.6 million and a percentage decrease of 1,190,000. The main reason that will also be explained in the following slide. Payments for capital assets, budget of 14.8 million, increase of 4.7 and a 32% increase there. The total again for the department is 671.1 million, an increase of 63.5 million with a 9% increase. So just quickly explaining the compensation for employee increase of 16%. The main budget increase there is due to the cost of living increases, annual increases of 4.87%. Also the additional budget been allocated to the appropriate appointment of agriculture advisors on the CUSP ERP conditional grant business plan of 14 million, and the total the capacitation of program 1 due to the departmental split is at 23.8 million. So that explains the increase of 16% for compensation for employees' budget. Goods and services increase at 23% is also just relating to the annual increases in your goods and services budget of 4.87. Then the budget for transfers to beneficiary holding accounts, that money stayed in goods and services budget until the business plan has been approved by our National Assessment Panel. Then we will request the Provincial Treasury to move this money from goods and services to transfers and subsidy. That's why there was that decrease of 1,190%. The payments for capital asset increased by 32. That's in relation to our infrastructure project, and it's related to agri-parks and the Vereniging Fresh Produce Market. Just quickly looking at conditional grants, the grants that we have in the department is the Comprehensive Agriculture Support Program grant and Extension and Recovery Program. The budget there allocated is 34 million. Your CUSP infrastructure is 77.5 million. So the total CUSP allocation for the department is sitting at 111.6 million. Program, the next conditional grant is your Ilima Letsima. It's 41.6 million. And then we also have the land care grant of 5.7. The total conditional grant for the department is 158.9 million. Currently, the department did present all its business plans to the National Assessment Panel, but unfortunately at this stage, approval hasn't been given for the department to continue with these grants as yet. The department also requests a rollover request for the 24th financial year, which will be allocated during the adjustment budget. We already received some confirmation from Provincial Treasury that this amount will be approved, and that's amount to about 12.7 million. Looking at our revenue for the department that we need to collect during the 25-26 financial year, we've got sales of goods and services other than capital assets. The main collection there is on our veterinary services that we are providing in the department, and the main revenue collection there is for import and export certificates. It's about 7.9 million for the 25-26 financial year. Then there's about 4,000 that revenue that are being generated from interest charges, and then financial transactions, that 165,000 being projected, being collected for the department is basically just on the sales of vehicles or if there's any auctions for scrap items in the department, which amounts to 8.1 million. Looking at the APP and MEC delivery agreement, the costing of the APP of the department, that's your annual performance plan for the department. We can start with our first program is Sustainable Resource Management. Colleagues, I'm not going to go through all these performance indicators. I will just highlight some of them. For instance, the number of hectares of agricultural land rehabilitated, which is in our APP. The target is 600, and the budget amount there is 3.5 million. Number of green jobs created, it's again the target of 800, and the budget is 3.2 million. Number of hectares of cultivated land under conservation agriculture practices is again the target of 800, and budget allocated there is about 1.4 million. The next one, the next program is Agriculture Producer Support and Development. Is a number of state farms established. This indicator is also part of the MEC delivery agreement. So the establishment is just the establishment phase of that state farm, and then what we are doing here is just doing a concept document and also looking at the feasibility of this state farm here as well, just starting the process. The budget there allocated is about 2 million. Percentage of households with adequate food access. We are targeting a 2% reduction in food insecurity, and we are talking about 5,444 households. Strengthening support for agriculture schools and colleges. Also part of MEC's delivery agreement, MOU between GDART and the Magaliesberg School of Agriculture and Ekurhuleni Agriculture Colleges has been signed of representative, which will be representative, but they we just budget they allocated is just the COE part. Convenience and listing sessions with street vendors, hawkers, and identify challenges and creating opportunities there. Also part of the MEC's delivery agreement is one session, and then the budget will be reprioritized for that specific project. Number of smallholder producer supporters to be commercialized. It's part of the APP and MEC delivery agreement there. The target is 10 with a budget allocated of 36 million. Just looking at the number of producer supporters in the grain as well as citrus community. So the target there is 55 for grains commodity, and budget allocated there is about 20 million. Number of women producer supporters, which we are also targeting, is 62 is a target, and the budget allocated there is 12 million. Just looking at the number of capacity building activities conducted, sorry, let me just go back. Number of capacity building activities conducted for smallholder producers to be commercialized. The target there is 3.5 thousand and 120 being allocated there. Number of sustainable units, women producers supported. We're targeting there a target of 3,000, and the budget allocated there is 10 million. Number of sustainable producers supported, a target of 6,000, and the budget allocated there is 11 million. And then the number of horticulture producer hubs established is 1, with a budget allocated of 3.5 million there. Veterinary services, integrated export support program developed and integrated farmer support in meeting export markets, compliance conditions. So that is part of the MEC's delivery agreement, one program developed with a budget allocated of about 1 million. Number of visits to epidemiology units for veterinary interventions. The target there is 7,500 with a budget of 12.8 million. And clinical veterinary service interventions to pets. Of that fund is about 100 million. So the department contribution there is 50 million. The number of agro-processors supported to be commercialized through financial and technical support, it's 8 is the target, and we are also targeting the blended finance part there. Percentage increase in agro-processing volume for SME agro-processors is a 2% target with a blended finance approach there as well. Colleagues, then we can just move to agriculture economic services. A number of agriculture economic information responses provided is target of 480 with a budget allocated there of 100,000. Number of economic reported compliance, 12 with 100,000 there. Also looking at rural development, this is our last program in the department. It's just the number of industry agri-bee in Davos, state for agri-bee health is 1 and 150 being allocated there. Number of skills opportunities provided is 6 with a budget there of 800,000. Number of business supported through enterprise enterprise supplies and development program, again a target of 500 and a budget there of 920. Number of agriculture producers in initiatives in the commercial area for rural nodes supported, a target of 20 with a budget of about 1.4 million. The department would just also like to just indicate some of the challenges. We currently have capacity challenges in the supply chain management units as well as finance. These capacity challenges impact on the department's ability to comply and execute on its current financial year procurement plans, and this will also affect the first quarter performance as well as linking that to the conditional grants. The proposed mitigation that the department are currently implementing is we are looking at seconding supply chain management officials through assistance from Gauteng Provincial Treasury. We also have vacant positions that we are currently filling, as well as advertising some of these critical positions in Program 1, which we received the additional 23.8 million. Also after this, the PMOC process, that's a process that we are currently having of splitting the department. The department will then ensure that we are communicating or requesting assistance from Provincial Treasury to fill these critical vacant positions after we have done with the baseline or the organizational structure of the department. The next one is just looking at conditional grant business plan not yet approved by National Assessment Panel. As I reported previously on the conditional grant slide, the plans was submitted to the National Assessment Panel, but as to date, these plans hasn't been finalized. So the department are following up on it, and as soon as we get the approval from NAP, the department will then start implementing these plans as well as developing an acceleration plan, which will assist in us delivering on those specific targets. The department, as an effort to strengthen performance and accountability within GDART, the budget and expenditure forecast and procurement plans to prepare and update it monthly, and account of the previous month's performance and updated monthly program plans will be presented at SMT as well as EMT meetings. Weekly budget and expenditure oversight meetings. All programs are expected to participate in weekly expenditure tracking sessions to monitor expenditure against budget as highlighted risk to expenditure. Fortnightly expenditure oversight meetings will be held with the MEC. These sessions aim to enable real-time interventions, prevent under and over expenditure, and enhance forecasting. The budget committee will also be meeting quarterly based on the data coming from the weekly and quarterly expenditure reports. New cycle of 8 forecast applications should commence the first month of the second quarter each year. So we will already start with that application process for next financial year. We are at the advanced stage of finalizing the dashboard that will allow real-time monitoring of the department's performance. So the department are working on that dashboard and is almost complete with that. Failure to comply to late or non-compliance of plans and reports will result in formal consequent management of actions being taken against officials, and we are working hard to develop a comprehensive team to ensure that GDART deliver its mandate with integrity, efficiency, and measurable impact. Chair, Honourable Chair, that's the end of the presentation. Thank you so much for giving the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Venter. MEC Ramakopa, anything you wish to add before I open to the members for questions?
Nothing to add, Chair, just to thank you for the beautiful pronunciation of my surname. Thank you very much.
I'm so glad that it pleased you, Honourable MEC. You made my day. Honourable members, questions from the members to Mr. Venter, to the department? On my left, Honourable Moody. Okay, Honourable Moody, then Honourable Engelbrecht. And going to my right there, Honourable Muketi, and then we'll take it further from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and through you. MEC, your opening remarks with regard to the budget responsibility that you have as the MEC and the department to spend that budget prudently in a fashion that brings about positive change in the lives of our people and their living conditions as well as the economy is indeed heartwarming, and it is accepted with the sincerity that you had uttered it with. That is what a person calls people-centered leadership. Leadership that takes the responsibility that we have as public representatives to serve our people and not to serve ourselves in a manner that, in a sense, deprives our people of the better standard of living and living conditions that they find themselves in presently, 31 years after democracy has been attained from a very much painful past that we come from. So that utterance says to me, Chair, through you, that the MEC's vision is for us to really improve and set the baseline for us to achieve that better South Africa that still eludes us so much. But let me get back to the issue with regard to the questions. MEC, your conditional grants that you are receiving over this year substantially decreases by 6.5%, except, of course, for your Letsema grant, which goes up by 51%. Could your department apprise us as the committee if you have applied for any rollover of grants in the previous financial year? And if so, to what tune was this rollover? And how do you propose to mitigate the reasons that led to the rollover in the previous financial year? And then, of course, how has the department been able to, technology, how has the department navigated the internal processes that have led to the late disbursement of funds that you've received from National, which impacts negatively on the expenditure of such grants? And just when it comes to revenue...
In terms of tender irregularities, for example, the EnviroMobi, we've had no processes or internal audits that have been confirmed. And then we have got 23 million allocated for staffing. This is all under administration program, yet the organizational restructuring remains incomplete in spite of 4 years and many promises. Then in terms of our agricultural producer, program 3, the red flags there is the number of subsistence producers supported have been cut to half, from 12,000 to 6,000, which is hugely concerning when the plan of the MEC is to reduce poverty. And if we're looking at this budget, this is not going to happen. And then our red meter produce support has been cut by 50%, from 20 to 10. Also very, very concerning. This is at a time when food insecurity is surging, and we've scaled down on producer support. I find that very disturbing. Then I have got, in terms of oversight gaps, we've got SIU investigations that are outstanding. We've got the inconsistent reporting that I've mentioned. We don't have the admin APPs, which I've mentioned, and then the audit trail for 59 professional service providers, that is still outstanding. And then the failure to submit grant business plans, which has delayed our conditional grant use, is very concerning for me and a huge red flag. Chairperson, and then another thing is that we don't have new farmer support expansion. There's fewer agricultural infrastructure projects, and food security interventions have been destroyed. So that's enough from me for the moment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Engelbrecht. Honourable Buller.
Thank you, Chairperson. The first thing I just want to find out is what informed the split of compensation? The employee budget has been divided 53% to environment and 47% to agriculture. What informed that split? The second thing I just want to find out is that you mentioned additional budget has been allocated for agricultural advisors for 14 million. If we can just get some indication, what are these agricultural advisors? How many are there? What are they doing? And how are they benefiting the residents of Gauteng? And then in terms of climate change, what is the department doing differently to mitigate climate change in terms of infrastructure? What are we doing to change the way we are installing infrastructure and so on to mitigate climate change? And then the last question, sorry, I just need to scroll down. In terms of tenders, and especially non-responsive tenders, and this is something that we see every single year, what are we doing differently? Because whatever we're doing, every year we have these tenders that go out and it's non-responsive and they go out again and again. What is the department doing differently to stop this? It's a huge waste of resources. What are we doing differently in terms of these non-responsive tenders? And who has GDOT appointed as the implementing agent? That's all from my side for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Mr. Venter, I just want to check with you. We've got two members who wish to ask questions. Would you like to answer first, or can I allow them to ask the questions? Add it. Would you be able to?
Thank you, Chair. I think I will get some support from the colleagues from the department as well. But basically, just quickly looking at the question that was asked. Maybe I can just quickly start with Honourable Engelbrecht's question on the 671. So the 671 million, I didn't get the other figure, apologies, which we couldn't verify with Treasury, but that's the published amount that we've published in the EPRI of the department. It's 671.104. That's a total allocation.
Point of order, Chair. I'm sorry, I can't hear Mr. Venter's replies, and I'm sure the others can't, so there might be something wrong with our sound system. Sorry, Mr. Venter, I couldn't understand a word you said, or I couldn't clearly hear it. Apologies.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Can we perhaps try to just keep your mouth nearer to the mic, and then perhaps the technical team could turn up the volume a bit, if it's possible?
Can you hear me now?
That is better, thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Engelbrecht. So the published amount for the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development is 671,104,000. So I think that's the amount that we also reported in the presentation. Just also addressing the transfers and subsidies to household. Honourable Engelbrecht will recall that the previous financial year we had the beneficiation holding accounts for some of these projects that we transfer money to implement some of our projects. So this financial year, like I've indicated, the money was allocated, but we haven't allocated it to that specific line item under transfers and subsidies. So it's still under goods and services. So as soon as the business plans has been approved by National Assessment Panel, we will then request Provincial Treasury just to move that money from goods and services to transfers and subsidies. That's why we will see that huge reduction of about 1,000 under transfers and subsidies. Just the 23 million that has been allocated for Program 1, that is also just initial allocation by Provincial Treasury to assist the department currently to fill critical posts in the department. So basically, what will happen is the CFO's position that will be advertised and filled, as well as some of the other director positions that are currently vacant in the department. Also, just looking at the revenue part, I'm not sure if maybe Dr. Albalao would respond to the revenue issue there, but I don't think the two are linked. It's basically just maybe on the import-export on the foot and mouth disease that we are currently having. And then the conditional grant allocation of the appointment of those officials is basically just assisting farmers, but I think also Mr. Madolo can maybe just explain their function, supporting farmers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Madolo. You're welcome.
If I may, Chair. Thank you so much. I'm going to respond to a few points, and I think the acting CFO has indicated the colleagues in agriculture, agro-processing will respond to some of the specific issues. The first one, let me start with the issue of the SIU. I think the last meeting we had with the committee a few weeks ago, we did report that in terms of the procedures for SIU intervention in the province, it's a prerogative of the Premier. And the Premier had given a go-ahead to SIU to investigate those cases. Environmental Mob is one of those. And then I think there's another case around the farmyard issue. Those cases are handled by the Office of the Premier. Those cases are handled by SIU. Our responsibility is to provide information when it is required, and we have done so on a number of occasions. I've also recently released a couple of colleagues in the department who were asked specifically by SIU to come and explain in terms of what happened during that period. And in cooperation with the SIU and through the Office of the Premier, those colleagues were made available to go and answer for those issues. They are not necessarily accused, but they must provide information. Those were part of some of the decisions previously around farmyards previously. So the cases that are dealt with, there are two cases that I'm aware of that are dealt by SIU. One is environmental mob issue, which in the main, as we move forward, is going to be the business of the MEC and HOD environment, because mainly it's around environmental issues. But the issue of the farmyard is squarely agriculture and rural development, but is investigated by SIU. So until we receive the final report through the Office of the Premier in terms of what recommendations must be implemented based on the findings of the SIU, then we'll act on the basis of that. And I'm talking about farmyard because that is our project. The commitment that we have aligned ourselves with the MEC is that when an institution of governance, law enforcement has recommended certain actions, our responsibility is to ensure that those actions or recommendations are implemented. So that's what we are committing to. But until that investigation is completed and there are specific findings and recommendations, we can take it from there. But of course, as we reported to the committee, we have not dispersed further funding to that project because it was not prudent to do so. So I think that is the best we can give to the committee in relation to that, Chair. On the issue of CASP, Member Engelbrecht is saying is a failure of submitting business plans. I can't speak about 2 or 3 years ago, but in the period in which we're in, there is no failure to submit business plans. However, we have submitted according to the time frames that we agree with the national process. But we've been engaging, but they have not found a final resolution in terms of actual funding. So the business plans are with them. From time to time, they ask certain questions. I also know that they had a bit of a difficulty in terms of the national budget themselves in terms of making a final call. So The last I checked, and I may be wrong by now, there was no province that was already allocated funding on CAS for 25-26, but that may have changed in the last week or so. But about 2 weeks ago, I did check with other provinces whether the final decision has been made on the 25-26 funding. Dr. Madolo can speak to that. There was a national meeting last week of all the provinces, but that's our understanding. So I just want to make the point that it's a bit of a difficult space in the sense that we really did the best we can do in ensuring that we meet all the time frames of submission of business plans, but the final decision has not been made by national as to whether they will fund those projects in the amounts in which we have requested. The rollover issue, Chair, it was in the presentation, is about 12 million that we have applied for rollovers, Memudi, and although there's no final decision, but the provincial treasurer is in support of those, so we are hopeful that that will be the final word on it once they formalize the response to ourselves, but in an engagement, which was an open engagement with the two MECs, the HOD treasurer said they're in support of that. So we are hoping that they'll soon make a final call so that we can move with those projects on the rollover. So the issue of how do we, as we move forward around the disbursement of the CAS process, one of the things, as you see in the last slide, we are putting forward, not putting forward, we are implementing is ensuring that we start the process for next financial year as soon as possible in the current financial year. For instance, we have agreed and determined that by the end of July, which is in 1.5 months' time, we must have advertised for next financial year cycle so that we can start as soon as possible. Of course, it means, and that is the nature of the business, so we are not complaining. It means managing the implementation while you are planning for next financial year. But it is necessary to manage the time frames. But I need to put it on record that for this financial year, we did submit on time and made the necessary drafts when they are required and submitted on time. And this is on record. It's not what I'm saying. It's what is recorded. The issue of, I don't know if MEC will speak to this, but the issue of tariff increase in terms of the international space is really a matter that is managed between national government and those governments. So we're not, as far as I know, directly involved. I was in a national meeting recently with the national department, and that question did arise. So that's a matter that's part of the current, as you'll be aware, there's some based on the visit of the president some few weeks back, there's some conversation between negotiations between the US government, and I'm speaking US specifically here, and the national government. So those are the processes. So at a provincial level, we are not really directly involved in the conversation and discussion around tariffs. So I thought I should speak to those, Chair. Let me ask colleagues to speak to some of the specific issues on programs. Let me start with Dr. Madol, who is the Chief Director for Agricultural Services and Support.
Thank you, HOD. Honorable Chair and honorable members, greetings. Let me just start by adding on what HOD has answered on with regards to the conditional grants and the rollovers specifically, Honorable Mulder. That is informed by the project steering committee that we have got for all the beneficiary holding accounts. So our scientists look at all those projects through the project steering committee, and if there are glaring technical issues that needs to be addressed, for an example, whereby they had to, in a poultry project, buy the breeding stock, and there were issues around the market values and so on. In the context that you also raised about managing government resources properly and efficiently, through those scientists and the project steering committee members and their recommendations, we could not therefore transfer further funds for those projects before those issues are actually sorted out. So that's why it informed the issue of the rollovers. Secondly, on the CASP, we've got what we call the standard operating procedure for CASP, which is what informs how those conditional grants are actually supposed to be dispersed to the farmers. One of which I'm going to tie up the response to the issue of food security. According to the standard operating procedure of CASP, the budget that was indicated is about 77 million, and 10% of that is allocated towards food security. So we cannot go over that allocation in as far as the standard operating procedure. So hence, the budget for food security is about 7.7 million. And that also, so the issue of food security is not only tied up to that budget, but also the number of subsistence producers where the budget is cut down, red meat producers, also all contribute to the total food security target. But safe to say, we are not only dependent on the conditional grants budget for our food security program. We are working very closely with the Department of Social Development to make sure that, for example, before we give our households that are indigent in need of food security program, we provide them with the necessary food packs, for example, for a period of 4 months, so that when that vegetable is ready to be harvested, they are given food parcels, for example. And we're also doing that as led by the Office of the MEC with other NGOs that are in the food security sector, the NGOs. We are going to be signing a number of memorandums of agreement with those organizations to make sure that we complement this small budget that we have. On the issue of new farmer expansion program, I think as indicated, there was a reference to citrus production that we're going to be supporting, which is a project in Tshwane. We are not majorly a big fruit producing province, but however, that area of Winterveld, for example, has got that potential. So under what Honorable Engelbrecht referred to as new farmer expansion program, those are some of the programs that we're engaging in. Tomorrow we've got a meeting with the Land Bank, whereby we'll be talking about, I think you heard over the news that there was funding, 100 million, given to Woolworths for the issue of commercialization of farmers. So we are engaging with Land Bank around those programs so that also under what you call the new farmer expansion program, we accommodate some of those farmers under those negotiations or discussions with the Land Bank. On the agricultural advisors, we've got 138 right now, and we've got some vacancies that we're also going to be filling in. But their role really is about scientific production advice to our farmers, depending whether they're farming with livestock or crops, and ongoing study groups that they also hold with the farmers in the various regions in partnership with the commodity associations, so that the up-to-date technical information, whether it's on livestock, whether it's on FMD issues that have been raised through veterinary services led by Dr. Rablau, our farmers are actually well informed about what to do, when to do what, because it's also important to know if you're a grain farmer, when to plant your grains, when to prepare the land, when to crop manage. All those issues are led by our scientists and agronomists on the ground. So these agricultural advisors are actually responsible for that. Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think I've attempted to answer all the questions. Thank you.
To the HR issues that were raised.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and members of the community. The issues of HR in terms of the APP indicators under Program 1, we have 50% of women that we must appoint at SMS level, at senior management level. So the target is 50%. And also we have a target of ensuring that we manage the vacancy rate below 10%. Thank you, Honorable Chair. The split. Okay, the 47-53 split in terms of splitting Program 1 for environment. Environment was then allocated 53% of positions for Program 1 due to the number of posts that they have under core, and agriculture was then allocated 43% of then 47% of positions for Program 1. And the COE then was then managed as such in terms of ensuring that the warm bodies that are under agriculture are then supported, as well as environment, and also
actually, can I just quickly just respond to the tender and non-responsiveness of tenders? So the department, what's currently happening is in collaboration with Provincial Treasury as well, is before we submit our terms of references, we also have property auditors that we are appointing to assess our tenders, assisting us during the bid specification committees. They do a report and assessing the whole tender before it goes out for tender. So that reduce the non-responsiveness of tenders going out during a financial year. Just on the implementation agent for our infrastructure projects, currently we are still continuing with DPSA, but only on those projects that was already progressed on a construction phase. But the ones that wasn't started were taken back, and we will then follow the professional service provider route, which we appoint a panel of service providers that will assist us with implementing those infrastructure projects. Thank you, honourable members.
Thank you, Mr. Venter. We've got a second bite of questions by Honourable Muketi and Mesu on my right-hand side. You're welcome to ask your questions.
Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity. Chair, we might sound a bit stupid by asking some of the questions that have been asked, but maybe we'll ask them in a different way, especially on the HR questions. Maybe my first question would be to the department to maybe appraise the committee on the status of the organizational restructuring exercise they have embarked upon approximately 4 years ago. Could the department further indicate when they hope to fill the posts for which the permission was granted by the Office of the Premier to fill? I know that there was some question around the HR, but this one is direct and specific in terms of the approval by the Office of the Premier. And the second one, could the department provide the committee with the names of the 59 professional service providers entities that were recommended by the Bid Education Committee, as well as the directors of these? And how does the department plan to tweak its internal checks and balances of their auditing value chain following the investigation by the Special Investigation Unit into the awarding of a tender on EnviroMobi? HOD, you can go into your system to get that information, because I think that information is for public interest. It will be really interesting and to also, if possible, to respond, especially on the last question. I think that question has a public interest, but if you can't respond now, especially on the names, maybe you can respond to the committee later on. I don't know if that will work, MEC. And then, MEC, on your opening remarks, you really touched on critical issues of food security and on the objectives of the department. And one of the issues that you touched on was on job creation. So my interest and the interest of the committee would really want to know how many youth, women, including military veterans, have benefited from those jobs that were created by the department, and also to indicate programs and projects maybe that you manage to employ those disadvantaged communities. And then on the APP, I think Member Engelbrecht did ask about the APP, but for me, the interest would be on your target. You don't have baselines. I don't know. Maybe this question that I'm asking would have been responded to if your APP had baselines. And then on the export HOD, my interest would be how many of the farmers Niyambona umemba Miso bahlali.
Bathe bakuzwa.
Aningizwa bahlali. Okay. Umbuzo wami wokuqala ubusithi uMEC makavula usitshele ngokuthi i-department i-create imisebenzi. So umbuzo wami ukuthi kulowo misebenzi e-create department bangaphi abomama, bangaphi abasha, bangaphi ababuya ku military veteran aba benefite kulo ma programs or ma projects. And then aphinde asitshele ukuthi awaphi ama projects or ama programs la abantu engibamentionile abomama, youth and people with disabilities and military veterans, ukuthi which projects, programs, and how many of those. Then I further said ku APP yabo, I think nibonile maba presenter lapha bafake nje ama target. So if you put in a target and you don't have a baseline, it becomes very difficult to know ukuthi how many, where you are sitting and where you are planning to go. Maybe it's because the APP is structured like that, so that is why it's nikeza inking. So ngaphinde ngabuza ngama export ukuthi abantu aba trader nabantu abangaphandle la eGauteng bangaphi, and awaphi ama projects eswa exporter outside. Is it tomatoes, is it maize, is it whatever, but bazositshela ke. And eyona engine interest kakhulu kuyo is lama tariffs are increased u president wase UK ukuthi ukhuphula ama trades, which for me would make it very difficult ukuthi abantu bethu if bakhona, but bazasitshela department ukuthi bakhona na aba trader with other countries outside South Africa. And then on the budget HOD through the MEC, how much of the 24.6 million is going to offset the accruals? Because you made mention of accruals. I would be very interested to know, because we might be excited ukuthi sithole additional 24.6 million only to find that very little will go to service delivery. And I know that a portion of that HOD will also offset your payment of creditors. But my main interest, Chair, is on the accruals. Because most of the department's budgets has just been eaten by accruals. And then on the challenges and proposed mitigation, HOD, my question is, why do you opt for secondment of SCM rather than advertising and filling those vacancies? Because in my view, when you second somebody, you might create a problem for yourselves. You might second a problem to the department. And then on the non-responsive tenders, this has been a problem for many years. Bongani, I think you can attest to me as well. When the department was still, it was economic and agriculture, or agriculture and economic development. So last week, Chair, we met with municipalities, and it was very interesting how Ekurhuleni Municipality was planning to mitigate that. And for me, that is the strategy that can be, that can yield results, especially on the non-responsive tenders. And as Bazal Gutin in the last question, because most of the time, since Minanga Seva Kule Committee, even in the previous term, by Bati, Imali, we sell a mover because they could not appoint a service provider. And then Bastele Nguti, the tenders were non-responsive. Mabasho Jalo Bati Baiza zikhona into ezenza ukuthi nifeyile. So sicela nje bas explain nalendlela ukuthi abantu maba advertise ama tender, especially where there was a non-responsive, because they will go through the document and they will see ukuthi where did the potential bidders go wrong, so that they can be able to skill them, so that they can be compliant. Because for me, if we just leave it in her opening remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Mkesi. Honorable Mesu. Honorable Mesu, from you, any questions?
Yes, Chairperson. Thank you, Chairperson. Okay, I'll do the same, Member Mkhet. Chairperson, thank you very much. And let me tap from the opening remarks of the Chairperson of the MEC. Maybe my remarks will be that if perhaps the department can appraise us on what is the strategy that they have in ensuring that abantu abasha, abomama, nalaba abahlala ngokukhubazeka bayakhona ukuthola okubalungele imfanelo zabo. I don't want to say basitshele ukuthi yini basabayenzile, because I know for a fact la ngikhona ukuthi they've failed to do that. They've been failing to reach their target, so it's not a new thing. It cannot be a question today. Maybe ukuthi yini abayiplanayo abazama ukuyishintsha indlela entsha abazositshela ukuthi bazoyenza ukuthi bakwazi ukufinyelela kulezo zinto lezo, ukwenza sure ukuthi abomama le budget abakhuluma ngayo izofinyelela kubo. Abantu abasha le budget okukhulunywa ngayo izofinyelela kuyo. Abantu abakhubazekile izofinyelela kuyo. What are the plans that they are having as the department? Because uthi MEC ufuna ukwenza sure ukuthi abomama baba active ku department yakhe. So I department ayisixoxeleke ngoba previously bahlulekile ukukwenza lokho. Ukuya phambili yini sebakwenzile or abazokwenza ukuthi bafinyelele lapho. Then I question yami yokusi-2, enginayo chairperson ukuthi kunezimali la ezithu ezingafani the budget figure provided in Gauteng Treasury estimated of provincial revenue and expenditure of 647.3 million do not tie up with the Gauteng Treasury addendum to the estimate of provincial revenue, and it's estimated at 671.1 million. So I just want to understand which one is correct from the department. Then my third question will be, what are the new ideas has the GDAD conjured to help to address the food security problem that was reported in the 2024 General Household Survey by Stats SA as threatening to indigent Gauteng household? Chairperson, I'm going to my next question. My next question, Chairperson, will be, could the department abreast us as a committee on issues of SMMEs that they have help in incubate them? Could the GDAD further state what the role such SMMEs are playing currently in the province, in economy, in the economy of the province? Those who are incubating, what is the role that they are playing in the province? I think I'll pause there, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Who will be answering on behalf of the department? Thank you, sir.
Chairperson, my hand has been up. Okay.
Thank you so much to members.
Apologies, sir. Can I just interrupt you? We've got members on the platform. I can't see them. Can we just afford them opportunity to ask questions before you answer? Apologies for that. Honourable Siteka. Honourable Siteka, you may ask your question. Before Honourable De Jager, any question from your side? Honourable De Jager is also online. No, Honourable Siteka is quiet. Apologies, sir. We attempted to give them opportunity. You may continue. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thanks to the members for the questions. We'll assist each other with the team to respond to the issues. Let me start. Can you switch off that, please? Thank you. Let me just explain the issue of the APP. Members, you'll recall that on the 28th of February, we submitted a detailed APP with all these issues about baseline, about numbers, about impact, about... So that is the base of our APP and budget, because that is a requirement of the legislature. So some of the issues around baseline, they are contained in which is what you use, because you don't use a presentation to monitor. We are using that to share. It's a summary of what is in that document that the MEC is required to submit to the legislature on an annual basis, which in this year was submitted on the 28th of February. So the detail of baseline and issues may not always appear when we are doing a presentation, because we are summarizing for the purposes of making easy to follow what we are doing. So there's a whole lot of detail in what is legislated that we must submit to the legislature. So I thought I should just make that point, Chair, because some of the issues around special issues of baseline, there's a detail there, or even how do we tell when an indicator is achieved in terms of the technical indicator. To saying that we've achieved one, but we must go to technical indicator. What is the technical indicator telling us in order for us to know that this is actually achieved? And the portfolio committee will follow those issues so that when we're saying we achieved, they assess, is it actually achieved or just putting numbers? So I'm just making that point as an overall point of saying that there is a document that submitted to the speaker that is your own as a committee that provides oversight over us, that has a lot of these details that we are speaking to. So I thought I should just make that point, Chair. The issue of the structure, Chair, and where we are, let me start with a bit of history without wasting your time, because there's a reference to 4 years ago, which is a point that I appreciate. You will recall, I suppose that's 4 years ago, that is referred to. There was a structure of the Department of Rural Development, Agriculture, and Environment, which was developed some 2 or so years ago, and those who were in place can correct me if I'm wrong about the numbers. I was not in the department then, but that's neither here nor there. The structure was approved by the National Ministry, because there must be an approval in the province by the MEC and approval by national in order for the structure to be effective. However, when it came from National Ministry approved, the then MEC at that time didn't sign off in order for the structure to be implemented. Until the MEC, there were some reasons, issues with labor, until the election came, and it took a long while. And again, that was before Mayor Muhubo landed there, that was before I landed there, but I accept I'm government, so I take responsibility for whatever happened. That's a history. So in 24-25, there was now an issue of the not approved or not implemented structure, and only using the old one that was meant to have been changed had the then MEC signed off on the new structure. So effectively, we are still operating on the very, very old structure of the department. And that's why it has, in some cases, capacity gaps in terms of some of the new mandates, even in the last financial year. For instance, there's a function on agro-processing, which is not capacitated as much as it should, because it's still, we can't employ people on the new structure that was not implemented. So that's a history of the structure. Then come the new administration, May, June. In addition to that complexity of the structure that was not implemented, now it's a split of the department. So that structure, even the one that was not implemented, although it's got a good baseline, at least on the core functions of agriculture and rural development and on the core functions of environment, but we can't use it. We have to start all over again. So the immediate action in terms of the process is the legal or policy route of government when you split departments. First, you must sort out the core members, core team. Core team being those who are doing environment and those, in our case, who are doing rural development and agriculture. So we separated with immediate effect. So when the MECs landed, MEC Ramakubo never met the team that is core environment. We only met with corporate services, which is what is called Program 1, because they're still responsible for both departments. Environment was then the business, the core was a business of former MEC Peters. Now, what has to happen then is to then create the new departments. And the process for that, first, you must place people in the right places. So the placement, what is called PMOC, which in total, I don't want to bore with you, but it's basically a provincial macro organization, is to say then, how, depending on the numbers, that's where the 4753 comes in, to saying that now, how many people from program 1 in strategic planning, in finance, in supply chain, in risk, must be placed in the 2 departments, and what formula do you use to do that? So that's a process we just completed. And that process is determined by agreements at the national chamber nationally, and agreements in the provincial chamber as to how you follow that process. You have to do it with unions. So that process only got completed about 2 weeks ago, and it's not fully final, of placing. I'm talking about program 1, because the core business was really not an issue, because if you do environment, you go to environment, it's simple statewide. But if you're doing finance, where are you belonging until you enter into this? So that's where we are at this point in time. So we are closing that process of placement. But the risk it creates is that, for instance, we have reported to yourself and you're aware of some of the difficulties, capacity in supply chain. So that process means you must divide the supply chain people that you have between the 2 departments, exacerbating the fact that already you had capacity issues, but now you must separate and say, and it's not done by me or MEC, there's a process with unions of saying, this person must go there, this one, some criteria must go to environment. So we just completed that. So that meant, that is where we are. And so we must then, as we are concluding the placement, start the process of the new structure for both environment and agriculture as separate departments, saying that now that we've finalized in terms of moving the bodies, the warm bodies on program 1, and we've already moved the warm bodies on core business, what is our mandate telling us? What should be the capacity and the structure we have as a new departments? So that process must enter in immediately you complete the placement. You start the process of the new structure. Whether you use the baseline of the previous structure is kind of neither here nor there, but that's really is the process. As we speak, we have not really entered the process of the new structure. You can do it on paper, but in terms of negotiation with unions, we have not entered that space, because first you must finalize the placement. So that is really where we are in terms of the structure. Now that leads me to the issue of secondment. Now we have some posts that are available for advertising in terms of this process. However, advertising can take you, not advertising, but the recruitment process, the evaluation can take you 3 months or so, as an example. So we can't totally wait for 3 months when we must have supply chain now, because we're in the middle of the financial year. So that's where, the issue of secondment comes from, to saying that while we are recruiting, work must happen. And the capacity that we have is so minimal that it could compromise the tenders we're talking about, the infrastructure that we must implement. Therefore, we're saying to Provincial Treasurer, in the meantime, can you assist us with, it's basically a temporal secondment until you sort out the capacity in 2 and 3 months' time. So that's happening parallel to us recruiting, so that whilst we are still recruiting, we can have 1 or 2 people who can assist us, and that's why we approached Provincial Treasurer, because also supply chain is a regulated space. You also don't want to take any tsotsi from somewhere and become a part of your supply chain. You need people with integrity. So that's why we didn't go around in departments and saying, who can you give us? We're saying, let's go through Provincial Treasurer, who can assist us to get people with integrity, whether they source them from other departments or from within. So that's why the secondment comes. It's not it could be a secondment for a month. By the way, the secondment could be a matter of hours, to saying that we have a tender that takes place, there's a someone from Treasurer who can assist us on this thing for 6 hours a week, as an example, or 2 or 3 days, so that work can happen in the meantime. Otherwise, the tenders that are supposed to go out now, for instance, as we are completing our procurement plan, Treasurer is saying that by the end of July, we must advertise all the tenders if we are to achieve in this financial year. Therefore, if we're waiting for a capacity, we are recruiting new people, we won't be able to achieve that. So that's where the issue of secondment comes from. I think I attempted to explain the environmental issue, and as I was saying that, it is a matter of the old department, but in reality, as we're separating the departments in the main, that's a matter that is basically has to be handled by environment, not by agriculture, in terms of, because it was in the function of environment. But I did explain, and I don't want to say it again and waste your time, that the SIU is busy doing investigation in relation to that until they put recommendation on the table. As to what environment may do in the meantime, I can't answer for them. So on the issue of youth disability, and I think the area, there are two kind of strands to it. The other one is an internal issue of when we're buying services, goods and services, or professional services, how to ensure that young people, women, and people with disability are benefiting from that. And that's an area I think there's been a weakness, not so much on the women and youth, but mainly on the people with disability, and I think military veterans. Then there's another strand in terms of the actual programs. So you have a program that is benefiting young people, or a program that's benefiting women and so on. But the area where there's been some difficulties is meeting our target. It's an internal target in where we procure in terms of our services on. So in relation to that, we accept, and we've reported this on a quarterly basis. So we're working with provincial treasurer in ensuring, because they are ensuring that we develop some training programs for those kind of target groups. And also one of the areas that I think we did discuss with you, we're also engaging with the institutions where, for instance, people with disability are members of, to source and get advice as to how best we do that. Yeah, so let me leave, I know there was an issue around the 647 and 671, perhaps Mr. Fender can speak to that, but my understanding, that is the difference between the additional 23 million that we receive. Remember, we reported that there are two amounts in our budget in this year that are additional. One is 24 million, which was decided in the initial budget to assist us with paying service providers who couldn't pay in the last financial year. And then in the next, I don't know what is it called, the budget we just passed in the legislature, then there was another additional 23 million, which was assisting us in this capacity that I'm referring to. So if you have to recruit supply chain people, there are resources for that, because it's one thing to have ambitions of recruiting, but you don't have resources. So I think the difference between 647 and 671 comes through that additional 23 million, that 23 million, 0.6, I think that we receive. But if I'm misleading, Mr. CFO will correct me. So let me allow other colleagues to respond to the issues around indigent household and food security, SME, incubation and their role. Yeah.
Thank you, Chairperson. I also wanted to raise something that was in terms of preparations of why we came here. The thinking was we want to table the budget of, based on the APPs which we have presented already, how are we going to fund the APPs as what we have tabled? And now this is the budget which we have. So we thought like some of the questions will be aligned to that, whether there's a alignment or there's gaps. Because now there's some of the questions which people may think that we're avoiding to answer, like, the numbers of people who have been empowered. So we will not necessarily be avoiding to answer those questions. Is that the preparations which were given based on the committee brief was come and present your budget for 2025-2026 financial year. And that is what we actually came to do. But there are some of the things based on either previous experience that you could not meet your targets. What are you going to do to avoid repeating the mistakes or failing to meet such targets? So I wanted also to put that into context, because sometimes people, especially where they are members of the public, will think that you are not answering some of the questions. So the brief was come and table the budget. How is this budget going to benefit the community? and the gaps which you have experienced before, how are you going to avoid going forward? So I also felt like, let's put also that into context so that it should not be seen as if some of the statistical information which is required is not being answered. Because we are still going to answer that through the quarterly reports, which we are appearing before the committee to say, what have you done based on your own plans? And this is where we have succeeded, or this is where we have failed, and committee will get that information. So I felt like, let me also put this into context too. Thank you.
Just a clarity-seeking question from Honourable Siteka, and then I will afford Honourable Muketi, and I will allow Honourable Siteka to ask a question again. Honourable Muketi, from your side.
No, thank you very much. I don't know how HOD, are you saying we are out of order by asking questions the way we are asking them? Because you need to link your APP. You really need to link. You really have to have that information in the tip of your hands, because that is why I think me and member Engelbrecht was referring to the APP. So if the information is not there, I'm really surprised, because you need to have that information. You can't tell us how to ask our questions. Unfortunately, we're politicians. We're asking questions the way we understand, the way it can make the very same community to understand and can be able to respond to us now, or you can refer us to the next meeting, or you can respond to us in writing. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Muketi. Honourable MEC asked for opportunity.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I think I'd like to also just appeal to yourself, Chairperson, to just help guide the discussion as far as this matter goes. Indeed, we are here to discuss the 2025-2026 budget. The presentation that has been given details very clearly what the APPs that pertain to the 2025-2026 budget include. So there is no challenge with discussing the APPs. They are here. In fact, I would hope that the committee members would have engaged with the presentation as it was given, and some of the responses in terms of our plans going forward, how the APPs relate to the budget. And I'll give you an example. On the item, for example, that says number of producers supported in the red meat industry, it says APP, we're targeting 10, and it aligns it to a budget figure of 1.5 million. So the figures are there for the committee to interrogate and link to the APPs. Where I'm requesting that we please allow the discussion to remain as per what we have been briefed, is that we are not, and we're not briefed to come and report on 2024-2025 detailed performance, especially as it pertains to questions such as the one posed by Member Muketi, where we are asked to speak to individual names of service providers to the number of over 50 different companies and shareholders and directors and such. And I think that's inappropriate in terms of what the purpose of this session is. So I am kindly and humbly requesting, Chair, that you just assist with keeping us on track and guiding the discussion. And we are more than available and happy to answer the questions as it pertains to this presentation. But should the committee want us to present on other matters, for example, our Q4 performance from 2024-25, or our annual report, or any other reports that have been tabled before the legislature, we would be more than happy to do so, or respond in writing to those clarity questions that may arise. That was just my comment on that. I do also have, before the members come and respond to some of the detailed questions, I wanted to also just frame some of the responses which may assist us to advance the discussion. I think what's very important for the community and our stakeholders in the room to understand is that this budget, and correctly so, Member Engelbrecht, has actually been we've incurred some reductions, particularly as it pertains to our programmatic funding, so CASP and other areas that speak to our service delivery mandate. What that means is that with the little that we have, we now have to think differently about how we approach service delivery. So we've looked at it from a number of different angles, and we've said, although we may have a reduced budget in some areas, that doesn't mean that we need to reduce our service delivery. It means we need to do more with less, and we need to become more efficient at using our resources. So one of the ways, for example, that we have approached this is through an aggregation strategy. Now, aggregation basically means that we are not going to be able to give 1 million, 1 million, 1 million, 1 million, 1 million to every single resident of Gauteng. We don't have the budget for that. What we will try to do is have aggregation hubs. So through our agri-parks, through our state farm program, and through other aggregation projects, we can then bring different farming communities together and provide support in an aggregated way and have more impact. One of the other areas to the honorable members in terms of how we are doing things differently, we have seen and recognized that over the last few years, we tend to have a problem where it's the same beneficiaries and the same people that come year in and year out to apply for support. And it's the same people that get funded by the department. Now, some of those people may be successful, but some of them are not. And when we ask them for financial statements or proof that they are actually running businesses, they refuse to give us those financial statements. Because bathole ama grant, they don't believe that they have to account for the use of those funds. So one of the requirements that we are now putting in place, when we give, before we even give funding, we are requiring those who apply to give us information. Are you a registered business? Do you have financial statements? How many people do you employ? So that we can set targets, so that we can see at the beginning of the year, we gave you 500,000 or we gave you 1 million, what did you do with it? And did you grow your business? So that's what we mean when we say impact assessment. And these are some of the ways in which we are actually trying to work better with the companies and entities that we fund. Another element, and I talked about the repeat beneficiaries, the problem there is that we've got too many people that apply every year, but it's the same people. So we are saying we want to deliver more impact by broadening that pool and making sure that we can reach more people. And then just on the question and topic, for example, of food security broadly, food security is a big topic for us. And one of the ways that we provide support now, we support households, we support community gardens, we support subsistence farmers. We give out production inputs, seeds, tools, implements, training, and all other kinds of support for subsistence farmers. But again, we are seeing that the problem is that it becomes again the same cycle of the same people coming year in and year out. We are not creating food security. We are just solving the problem for now, for this season. So again, we are saying we need to deliver those programs a lot better. We admit that. We are working with non-profit, a number of other NPOs that are involved in the food security space to help us to get the data and to then provide support that is meaningful and that can, again, make sure that the people we support become self-sustaining over time, that they don't have to keep coming back year in and year out to come and ask GDAD for seeds when they can go out and get their own seeds, but we can support them in doing that. And then just on one of the topics, I think I want to also allay the concerns of the committee around the issue of exports and the tariffs, because I've been hearing the export issue coming up a few times. And indeed, HOD said this is not our mandate necessarily, because it's a national mandate dealing with international countries. But in terms of just the South African picture and the agricultural exports in particular, The tariffs that we're talking about are about 10% tariffs. And in terms of the actual USA itself, it is one of the many markets that we export to. Our primary export markets are actually not the US. We are doing a lot of business with the EU, with other African countries, with China and other Asian countries. So I think the fortunate thing is that whilst this issue is being managed diplomatically and through those correct channels, we are not completely vulnerable to, in terms of our agricultural exports, because we also have other trade relationships that we are continuing to build. And one of the things, for example, I had accompanied the Premier to China last week for a visit where we were engaging with Chinese importers who want to actually get South African products and are placing orders for South African products. So I'm saying it is a big issue. It's something that is being addressed at a national level, but it does not mean that South Africa now cannot export. We do have other markets that we are working with. And part of our program of support is to help companies become ready for export. So export readiness becomes very important, making sure that you have the correct certifications, you are registered correctly, you are able to produce the volumes that you require, etc., etc. That is some of the work that we are busy doing. If I may, Chair, I think there are a few more specific questions that I think the team can respond to. If I can just hand back to them.
Thank you, Honourable MEC. Before we do that, I must just remind everybody that there are some members who wish to have further inputs. We still need to afford Honourable Siteka opportunity to ask a question, and also stakeholders. If you would like to ask questions or deliberate, make statements, please prepare yourself. So we have to start moving forward. If it can be short, Honourable Ramaphosa, before we hand over back to the HOD, can I just quote Honourable Engelbrecht and Honourable Moody an opportunity? Thank you.
Chair, thank you very much, and thank you to the MEC for that explanation. However, MEC, I would like to say, you spoke about the same people that have been benefiting for years. That is part of the management problem that we've had with the department. There's been a total lack of strategy, a total lack of entry and exit criteria, a total lack of systems evaluating who's applying and who's not applying. The only people who are responsible for that is you. I'm sorry, you and your department, MEC. I know you are a new MEC, but it is your department that is responsible if the same people are being benefited and there is no outcome. You cannot put money into something and there's not an outcome. So, very important for me to say that. And then secondly, Chair, what I would like to say is that the MEC has spoken about the poverty, and we've been given explanation about the CUSP and the grants and the transfers, but we need to remember that the department's budget has increased with 14%. It's increased by 82 million rand. Yet, the key service delivery programs were reduced. For example, I spoke about no new farmer support expansion and several things that have been reduced. And then I get very disappointed when the Chief Director, Mr. Modamole, speaks about handing out food parcels. We're supposed to be giving people a fishing line, not fishers. Giving people food parcels is not food security, is not giving people a new life, new security. All it is, it's making people dependent on the department. So that is very disappointing and for me a very, very huge flag. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honourable Moody.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. To a large extent, I've been covered by Member Engelbrecht's remarks. We are a committee established by the legislature to have oversight over the executive, because the executive is the political leadership of the departments that should be delivering services to our people. And that is what we are communicating with, or should I say, engaging you on. It is to the benefit of the people that are seated over here, and hence it is that we have this program here with the community so that they can hear how we are representing them and their interests. So we got a bit of a lecture in terms of where you come from and where you are presently and where you're going to. I mean, we are not illogical and unreasonable, and we understand these challenges that you face. And indeed, they are huge challenges. So to be lectured here, because is that how I felt? I was being lectured, almost as if I'm an idiot, not knowing what I have to do here and what the purpose is here, because you present a budget that has to speak to your APP. I'm older than my wisdom teeth. I'm older than my milk teeth. So please, if you want us to afford you respect, then respect us as the representatives of the people seated over here today. Having said that, MEC, you've correctly indicated that indeed your job and your purpose is a very difficult one. You have inherited a department that quite frankly had me very frustrated in the beginning of this term, those first couple of months. Because a person could see for some reason in the past there was no actually holding this department to account. On numerous occasions we asked a number of very pressing and important questions such as where do grants go to? And the very issue that you have raised now about it's the same people over and over and over again. I don't know if the community is aware of the fact that if you were in the good books, and I'm going to mention that because it can be proven with officials, and you get yourself a piece of land, and you say, I am going to, for example, I want to farm with hemp, that is dacha, as we know it. You get 20 million rand to start your project with. Mahala, like this. No comeback. And then, down the line, you refuse to give your books. I don't know if that particular one has done it, but I'm talking about even that other processing plant for sunflower seeds or oil or something of the sort. You don't need to work. You get mahala, millions a year, and over and over and over again. And you are addressing it, MEC, and that we have to applaud you for. It's not your policy, it's a national policy, and we are busy dealing with it out there. So we really appreciate the fact that you are trying to curtail that type of expenditure. Chair, I think I'm not going to deliberate any further and ask any further questions. The people seated here have a right to ask their questions. I'm going to propose, Chair, that the rest of the questions I was going to ask, and hopefully I get the support of the committee, because our people have been sitting here since early this morning. I will submit my questions in writing to the department so that we can take this matter forward. Because all I can see is that this is going to escalate into something else, and we'd like to ensure the people of Leondale that we will always seek your best interests and not our own. And it's not saying that the department is not cooperative. The thing is that there is a little bit of misunderstanding here, and I think we need to resolve that, because from where I stand, I'd like to have a good working relationship with you. Because you know what, it's not a you and us. It's an us. You have to deliver, and I have to make sure that you deliver. So the two of us, that is the committee, and you as the implementers of policy, we have to work together, and we have to be synchronized in our way forward. Because ultimately, our objective is to give our people who are seated here a better life and a better future. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Moody. I'm going to allow Honourable Siteka to ask a question, and then there's just one comment from Honourable Mkhithi, but a question has not been answered. And back to the department again, and I open the floor to the stakeholders. Honourable Siteka, you may continue.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the way the meeting is going, I don't think it's appropriate. Because if us as the committee were asked if we were able to read the presentation, we are then saying people that came to our stakeholder engagement must have also the presentation so that when they stand up there and ask, they ask according to presentation. But moreover, Chair, what I want
Honorable Siteka, you're not audible anymore.
Department is that, for instance, where we are now, where we have people from Ekurhuleni and we have. Okay, can you hear me now, Chair? Chair, am I audible?
Okay, you're back now. You may continue.
Okay, Chair. So I wanted to ask to say, in Ekurhuleni, we have people that we call amakosi, that do farming and everything, but they forever come back and say they're having a challenge because they're forever not getting assistance because they say they're not complying. So my question is, in that instance where we are now having a public engagement and those people are present, does the department have maybe a table or anything of that sort that can assist them to be able to comply and get whatever that they need to get, or be part and parcel of the PPEs of the department? And Chair, I would also like to know, to say, if something is not in the report or in the presentation and it's part of my concern as a member or as a committee, as part of the committee, am I not allowed to ask the question immediately when I'm thinking of it? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Siteka. I just wanted to check with Mr. Sabia. It's the first question that Honorable Siteka asked that we didn't record. Okay. Honorable Siteka, your connection was disturbed during your first question. If you would please just repeat your first question for record purposes. Thank you.
Okay, Chair. Thank you very much. No, Chair, I wanted to know, to say, in terms of the stakeholders that we are currently having now, did they also receive the presentation on time? Because they would stand up and ask questions and then the department will come and say they're not going to ask things that are not in the presentation. So in us saving our stakeholders or not coming to seem as if we're fighting or whatsoever, how are we going to approach it? When they stand up, they can ask about anything or they must specifically stick on the presentation. That's what I wanted to know, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Siteka. And before I hand back to the department, Honorable Kathy.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much, Honorable Moody, for clarifying the issue of the lecture there for us. MEC, I do understand that the issue of export and what might be sitting with national, but my question was direct to Gauteng, because my question was related to how many or which products are we exporting and what support are you giving to the farmers. My interest was to know whether in Gauteng do we have something that we export outside, so that even the very same community that is sitting here today, and fortunately this one was in your presentation, they can be able to also see whether they can be able to fit into that, whether they will be affected by tariffs. Yes, I understand tariffs is a national issue, but just to know in Gauteng, is there anything that we are exporting outside our country? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I will now hand back to the department, and then after that we would open the floor to the stakeholders.
All right, thanks, Chair. Good day, MEC, good day, members. I'm going to talk to the issue on the export as well as the business incubation, SMME business incubation. Let me start first by just talking to the SME business incubation. So this is a program that we have in place to support new enterprises, new SMMEs, specifically to be able to comply. Compliance was mentioned as a factor that prohibits and prevents a number of SMMEs to access opportunities. So the compliance support that we give is in two forms. We have got enterprise development program, which we implement collectively with our colleagues in rural development, which look at the basics of a business. Is the business registered with CIPC, for example? If that business is in the threshold that has to register for VAT, is it registered for VAT? Is it registered in relation to issues of occupational health, if it is dealing with hazardous material, for an example? So those kind of compliance, basic, there's about 5 key compliance aspects that we look at as part of the business incubation program. And then we then also work with specialized institutions such as the CSIR, such as the SABS, in order to say the product that the business is going to be selling to the consumers, is it properly tested? For example, has it been tested if it has got any toxins? Is it not going to poison people? For food safety aspects. So that becomes more the specialized compliance program that we do as part of business incubation. We work with institutions such as the Innovation Hub. We work with institutions such as Valley University of Technology. We work with other incubation hubs that are in the food and agro-processing space. Riversense Hub, and there are also private incubators. All of this are giving an ecosystem that supports small business to be able to comply, so that when you're given an opportunity to supply a product, that we can be able to give assurance that that product is of quality and is not going to be poisoning people from food safety compliance point of view. There's also other forms of compliance that through business incubation we look at. For example, you might be in the space that requires an environmental impact assessment, as an example. Now, through the partnerships that we have, it could be an industry association. For example, you are in the chicken production space. We're working with the South African Poultry Association to say, how do we support you to be able to get an environmental impact assessment? Because the moment you've got more than 5,000 chickens, you must have compliance in terms of environmental impact assessment. And the same applies with water rights. There's also the issue of water rights in terms of agriculture. What is the compliance required? You must have a water authorization according to the different schedule and usage of water that you'll be utilizing as an enterprise. So that is the ecosystem of support of small business under business incubation. And all of this is to make sure that small businesses are equipped properly to be able to trade and to supply product that we can be assured that we can be able to guarantee assurance. Of course, this includes working with other tiers of government. For example, Small Enterprise Development Agency under the Department of Small Business Development. Those agencies are also offering similar kind of services, and we collaborate with them in relation to making sure that we provide this ecosystem that we can be able to support and incubate SMMEs, and to make sure that SMMEs become successful. We increase the rate of success of SMMEs because they are compliant and they are providing quality and safe. In the case of food, that is food that is safe for consumption. Coming to the export aspect, so when we, as a country, in terms of agricultural export, we're exporting quite a lot. And Gauteng being one of the centers in terms of agro-logistics hub, some of the products that we are exporting would be produced in other provinces but going through Gauteng because of the logistics nature of Gauteng. From a value point of view, we are exporting over 300 billion of export, and Gauteng accounts for around 62 to 65 billion of exports of agricultural and processed products. And all of that is interlinked. The value chains that are accounting for this exports in the main, meat is one of the largest products that we are exporting. We are mindful of the FMD, foot and mouth disease situation, which will affect the red meat to a greater extent in terms of our exports. But meat is one of those. Then we come to horticulture value chain, from vegetables to other products which may include, for example, the wines, we are not strong on wines. That would be the Western Cape, which contributes large in terms of exporting that. But processed vegetable products and fruits will also be coming through Gauteng in terms of logistics, in terms of even the accounting thereof of some of those products. And then we go to the other value chain. As a department, we have 7 priority value chains from vegetables and fruits, grains in the form of maize, sorghum, sunflower. So the products that would have been milled from the grains will account to that maize meal, as an example. Hemp and cannabis, that's the 3rd group of value chain. And then we have beekeeping as well, the honey and the various products, propolis, bee propolis, and bee wax. And then we have got the 3 meat products, which is the red meat, and then the poultry value chain, and then lastly, the piggery or pork value chain. So those would make the 7 priority value chains, which makes the core of the products that are coming from the province and the country. And we can add beverages to that, specifically beverages coming from the fruit, the horticulture value chain. Most of the fruits get converted to vegetables, and that makes the large part of the export in terms of the figures that I've given out. Thank you, Chair. Let me stop there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Just to clarify on the issue of food security, to Honorable Member Engelbrecht, what we're saying through the MEC's priorities is that she's going to address hunger and food security. And therefore, hunger is addressed immediately because people need to eat. So that is why we're in partnership with social development, so that they offer those food packs. And NGOs that are in the food security space also assist us to address hunger. But in the broader objective is that we've got our food security program, inclusive of employing unemployed graduates, for an example. We've employed about 80 of those already. And you can imagine that if someone was living in a household where there's no one who's employed, and that person is employed, then that person will be able to provide for that household. Secondly or thirdly, the commercialization program itself, it's about employment, it's about farmers producing and selling to markets. And all these programs are interlinked in addressing these issues that we're talking about. So it's not only, we're not in the food pack space, but of course we've got partners to help us address food security. Thank you.
Thank you. All the responses? Thank you, honourable members, also honourable MEC and the department. I will now open the floor to the stakeholders. If you wish to make comments or ask any questions, just raise your hands. A microphone will be handed to you. And before you speak, just announce yourself, introduce yourself, your name and who you represent, if it's any organization. And then keep your mouth close to the microphone so that you could be audible. Okay. Let's start here in the front.
Bayede. Bayede. Ndabezitha. Ndabezitha. Good day. All protocols observed. I would like to introduce my team. I'm from Amakosi, Contralesa. So, everyone that you see here is from Amakosi. So the program came straight to the people of Amakosi, which is Contralesa. Sicela nishayele izandla. eGauteng, we've got kingdoms. That is why we are here. eGauteng, we've got communities. That is why we are here. eGauteng, we've got youth. That is why we are here. This is not my first time standing here, but not in front of this committee. The last one, I got nothing from that committee. I came with my youth as same as this one. We came out with nothing. I want to thank the speaker. There was a last speaker that was talking from the online or something, for recognizing us as Amakosi. We're looking good on our crowns, but the house can't even recognize us. If you are wearing this, it means we are from kingdoms. We are special. We never asked too much to the department. We only needed leadership. That's the only thing I asked them to give us as Amakosi. They promised us 300 learners to be taken by Gauteng Department of Agriculture. We got 0. They asked us to apply. We never qualified on the application. The system was too much for us. It was difficult. Can you do another system for Amakosi? Who should speak to us? Because maybe we never went to school enough. That is why we don't qualify, but we are still hungry. We still got these kids. This is our kids. Abantwana bamaKhosi laba. Now and again, these kids, they will come to us and ask, how do we get assistance from the government? Because they are from traditional communities, so we can't turn them away. Can you assist us at our own level of Amakosi? We just need a simple thing. Whenever we go and meet our people, we want to bring them seeds. Our meetings, we don't want to bring food parcels. We want to bring seeds to them. We need starter packs whereby they will be able to do their own small gardens in their backyards. I'm happy today to tell you that we are speaking to the farmers. All these youth, they got a learnership from AgriSeta. It's 200 of them. We are not only talking to the people of Leondale, we are also talking to the people from COJ. They are here. I would like to stand up the scene of the region in Contralesa, Khoshimpembe. Ndabezitha. Sebo. Pembe. We also have a youth from Ekurhuleni.
If we say Ekurhuleni, we are talking about Katoras and Zaduza. They also came with their chairperson in Contralesa, Hoshi Mlungwan. That was it. So the leadership only able to cover these two regions. So in these regions, I've got 100 in COJ and 100 in Ekurhuleni. It only gives leadership only. We don't even have a space where to practice when it comes to practicals. We don't know where to take them. For now, they are only 1 week in, 1 week out. So they are going to the class for 2 weeks. These other 2 weeks, we still don't have a place where they will do practicals. Is it too much to ask? That is all I need. I just need an assistance. We need starter packs to start with. Before we become commercial, we have to start domestic. How is that? We've got food lovers. Food lovers doesn't take far. If you've got your spinach there, they come and buy. We will be able to make money. We will be able to commercialize agriculture with the very same farmers. So I brought you farmers so that you'll be speaking to the right people. But I left the masses. I'm only talking about 2 regions. Tshwane, West Rand, Citybang. They are still waiting for me. I've got the data. If I will have to bring them here, we were going to look for a bigger hall, even a stadium, for that matter. I will introduce myself because I'm done now. My name is Princess Rachel Mlambo. I'm a treasurer in the province for Contralesa. I'm also doing skills development nationally for Contralesa, especially my beloved people, youth and women.
Bayete. Bayete. Pula. Pula. Nala. Ay. Basho njalo kwenye indawo bavume bonke abantu bathi amandla kudume yonke indlu. Kodwa ke amandla aqala la emakhosini. Amandla ngawamakhosi. Konke lokho kwahlanekezelwa nje kodwa kuzawulungiswa. Akukho konakele. Ngibingelele mgcini sihlalo, ngibingelele MEC, ngibingelele ithimba lonke ngokuhlukahlukana kwezihlalo. Nginihloniphile bahlonishwa bakulomuzi esize kuwo. Ngiyazwa indaba ezimnandi kukhulunywa ngezolimo, kukhulunywa nange committee ephethe ezolimo, ngijabulele lokho. Kodwa ke kuyinkinga ukuthi ukhulume ngezolimo ushifte umnikazi womhlaba kodwa ukhuluma ngezolimo. Ngokuthi uma ukhuluma ngomhlaba ukhuluma ngenkosi okanye ukhuluma ngobukhosi. Manje inkinga ke iyaqala ke lapho ukuthi uzolima kanjani inkosi ungakhulumanga nayo. Uyolima kanjani inkosi ungabonisananga nayo. Kodwa ukhuluma ngelokho nje ngezolimo. Uma uzothi uzoqeda indlala, uhlale ofisini, ujika nesitulo, uphume uyodla ikhentayiki ngemoto kahulumeni. Ubuye uthi sokulate manje soyahamba ukey office. Umphakathi ushiye umile lapha ngaphandle ubulawa indlala. Kodwa wena uthi uzoqeda indlala. Ngichaza ke ukuthi ke MEC ngikuhloniphile futhi khona igama olikhiphile uthe ngathi uyafika. Siyabalekelwa ke singamakhosi la eGauteng okanye Ekurhuleni. Mina ke nguNkosimathe ngilapha eSprings kwaThema. Siyabalekelwa la, sibalekelwa umeya, sibalekelwa yiyo yonke into ethi government. Sesigijima sagijima ku Albertoni siya la, hey, and asiholi ke thina asikakayothuli nalomndende. Soloku sibafuna sifuna ukuthi kuhlalwe phansi kuxoxwe. Abawafuni okwabona amakhosi nayo ilona department lezi ekhona namhlanje la. Ayigijime ke izindaweni ezinjengalezi. Emalokishini abezi indaba ezitha. Emphakathini abezi. Kodwa bathi bazoqeda indlala, bazoyiqeda kanjani indlala abangeze ebantwini? Yiphi indlala abazayihlasela bayinqobe babalekela amakhosi nomphakathi? Thina sibazi ngokuthi kumele sigibele, kumele sigijime siye ema-ofisini sesibatholile khona, kumele bathi appointment. Asho ngesilungu bathi uhamba okwenza appointment. Sofikile khona, ufuna uncedo, ufuna ukusizwa. Awubuke bahle kanjani. Mabasuka laba ema-ofisini. Mabasuka ema-ofisini beza la. Mabafika la bakhuluma into engekho. Ayikho lento. Sicela ke ngicela ukubuza ke MEC. Uye wakhuluma elinye igama la wathi nikhipha izinto ezokulima. Nikhipha izinto ezokutshala. Hey, ayikho lento ekhulumayo MEC. Anikhiphi lutho. Enikhiphayo ninika abangani benu, ninika ihlobo zenu. And futhi enikwenzayo nikwenza ngasese. Ngiwufakazi nabantu bakhona abomama nabobaba abazama ukutshala emalokishini. Abanandawo majority abo ilawa avuma ukuthi indlala kumele ibe khona. So manje abakwazi ukutshala. Ngacela ke kwamasipala ukuthi isiganga sikhona masipala. Ngiyakuhlonipha masipala, ngiyaphaphatha kuwe, ngicela ukuthi nethi nje banikwe isiganga ngokuthi esakho masipala ngeke uyakhe nendlu. Ngicela ke ukuthi ke manika ke labazali babantwana, nika nalabantwana indawo kulinywe laphana. Okanye sihlale phansi sibonisaneni ukuthi kungalinywa kanjani, sizama ukuthi silandele leyo mthetho ongabe ukhona, umasipala wabaleka ngenyawo zombili. Kodwa makumele kovote uza ngenyawo zonke. Uzoyiqeda kanjani indlala umuntu obalekayo? Ngeke igwala ngeke liqede indlala. Indlala ayifuni igwala. Sengisho lokho ukuthi into ekhishwa lento okhuluma ngayo ukuthi nithi nikhipha izinto zokutshala. Nikhipha into engaka MEC. Nikhipha lokho. Ninika umuntu nithi makayotshala. Okungaka. Nimniki iharigi elilodwa, omunye nimniki isipetharafu, omunye nimniki iharigi. Angaze I'm sure into yomuntu oyi1 nisherela abantu abayi4 5 into yomuntu oyi1. And loyo muntu loyo enimnikayo ngacela ngathi nikana abantu abeza namakhosi phambi kwamakhosi sikwazi ukubalandelela ukuthi benza kona na. Anizange nikwenze lokho nabaleka ngothi nazi ukuthi nizonika abangani benu. Abazohamba bayothengisa lento nge10 lapha nayo uthenga utshwala okanye uthenga ugwayi. Anisiza abantu nibulala abantu. Sicela ke ukuthi ake nisondelene emakhosini sihlaleni phansi sike sikhulume lento nomphakathi ukhona ikhulunywe lento abantu abethu sifuna ukubasiza basizeke bagcwele iganga bafundile njoba esho undaba ezithala uNkosi uMlambo sesigijime kakhulu sicinga bona labo baba beze namhlanje bathi bakhona abayenzayo sibacinga abatholakali bazawuthi manje mabasukuma labathi abangazi nami ngifuna ukuthi bangazi ngifuna ukuthi bona soqeda indlala singazani bakwethu masazi indlala sicela ukuthi kusukela isicelo sami nje ukuthi ake beze emakhosini bahlale phansi namakhosi isibongo sami cha angisithengisi nethi indlala siqeda indlala lapho masisebenzisana izokwenzeka le program abakhuluma ngayo izophumelela izoba yinhle bangakhulumi ngeenkomo bangana inkomo bangakhulumi ngezitshalo bangana izitshalo kwabona batshale thina sifuna ukuthi phezukomkhono kunamatrekela lapha na MEC kwamasipala ngizaze ngilikhohlwe lephuzu abolile ejardini mashasha esiwadingayo singumphakathi sifuna ukuthi kolinywa ngawo kosizwa abantu ngalamatrekela zigcwele insiza lapha naziyabola nalo manyoro okhuluma ngawo mangathi yaguduza lapha lizawa phezulu sewadliwa amagundwane kungcolile lapha uyaziye emphakathini lezinto akhona oyiwani ongaphakamisa bathi lento ekhulunywa labo babi ikhona okanye bake bayibona ayikho angeke ke ngithi amandla ke mina ngizothi bayede dabezitha.
Thank you.
Ayi angeke ikhale namhlanje no ayi anginayo ivoice yokukhuluma bayede ngibingelele mgcini sihlalo ngibingelele wonke umuntu okhona endlini sonke siyafana anginaye mina umuntu omkhulu kunomunye ngazi ukuthi uyi-1 umuntu omkhulu kunomunye uNkulunkulu bonke laba bantu abala endlini bazidalwa zikaNkulunkulu lo ikhohlisayo ukuthi usenikezwe ithuba lokuba mkhulu ukudlula laba bantu kuyiphutha elikhulu ngoba uyi-1 umuntu omkhulu uNkulunkulu ingakho ke siye senze ingcomo zokuthi asithume abanye bayosebenza ukuze sibuye siphile ngeshwa ke nangebhadi siyabathuma asazi noma bayabuya bephelele endleleni noma cishe futhi akwenzeki ukuthi bafike la sibathume khona siba naleyo nkinga ke ukuthi sizobabona ngelanga lokuthi sekusondela amavoti ukuthi hayi sithumeni bese bethi nivote kahle angithi uzovota kanjani kahle ulambile kodwa wena ubuphuma kwenye Mercedes uphuma ezindlini ezinhle and then lo muntu uphuma emkhukhwini otshekile imvula mayina uma ngeenyawo uthi kodwa ucela ivoti lakhe ihlazo bengingafuna ukukhuluma kakhulu amakhosi asekhulumile engifuna nje ukuthi ngikusho ukuthi eminyangweni kahulumeni awukusicabangele phela ukuthi amakhosi abantu abephethe isizwe nabo sisebenza ngokufana sonke akungathi ke mase kungena ensimini kuyogijinywa kudlalwa ibhola kube khona abafaka amakhokho kube khona abagijima ngeenyawo then is unfair player leyo bengicela ke mina ukuthi uma sikokoda komasipala sicela ilanga mhlawumbe elilodwa nje ukuthi sicela ioffice ikhona esikuhlanganisayo nabantwana asikuthole insiza zabantu akukhona okwakho wena uthunyiwe ukuthi uzosebenza problem esidibana nayo komasipala ukuthi mawufikile khona uthi uyagogoda uma bekwemukelile ube nenhlanhla bakwemukela And then into abazoyenza bazothi useyishilo inkosi yathi uhambe uzobuya wenze appointment sizobe sikhulume ngalolu daba. Uzothi uyafika uthole umunye akuseseyena loyo. Then isikhathi siyahamba njalo wena buyocela just kuleli viki ukuthi kuhlanganisa abantu nenza ama program ukuthi abantu baphile. Igcina iziphume kuwe emkondweni lento ukuthi ubufuna ukwenzani ngoba udelayiswa yileli office ongalitholi. Akekho umuntu ongasebenzele estradini bantu benkosi. Akekho nomuntu ongafuna ukukunikeza something uma uvula ibhuthe emoto angeke akunike lutho. Akube khona indawo la singamakhosi nathi esicashiswa khona ukuthi yenzani lama program enu enifuna ukwenza. Hey sizowenza kwamampela sizowenza. Njengoba senza imizamo nje abantwana nibabona begcwele la. Senza imizamo yokuthi izwe lichange kungabi nalento yokuthi silokhu sibukwa ngamanye amazwe besibukela phansi. Sibe sina umqondo, sinezandla, sinakho konke. Yini esihlulayo? Kusho ukuthi konke wrong la upstairs kithi. Ngoba ikhona lento kufanele siyilungise sibhekane nayo siyiqonde. Indaba ye-provide iphela lula kabi indaba yendlala ukuthi abantu ababe neqiniso. Bayeka abantu ukuthi uma bethola izinto eminyangweni ihambe icozulula igcina ingasafiki kulabo abantu ofanele ifike kubo. Then iproblem ifike ibe lapho. Khona manje bantu benkosi ngoba mhlambe nizothi siniqambela amanga masithi uma sikokoda anisenzeli lutho. Njengamanje le program le yabantwana I'm sure in a 2 months siqalile. Siyagida emakhanselini asitholi indawo yokuthi just ukuthi bafunde labantwana. Kodwa amahholo omphakathi agcwele asinikezwa lutho. Kuthiwa nje siyavalelwa sibuya phi ngobani. Mina ngine idea blue mina ngiwala ungangibuzi ngibuya phi. Ni South African mina. So manje mawuzongitshela ukuthi ngibuya phi uyangixakekisa. Kodwa wena ubuthi uyabheka uthola iSomalia linikezwe yonke ipackage liyasebenza. Mina ngibuya la ngibuza ukuthi ngibuya phi. Yini leyo? Hayi bantu benkosi yazi bengithe ngeke ngikhulume sengingene kwenye inkulumo. Ngiyaxolisa mhlambe leli idlozi suke lathi ngikhulume. Mina engiqonde ukukusho bantu benkosi ukuthi into eyenzakele size sathola nakhona uyabona Ekurhuleni inkulu kangakanani. Labantwana aba100 abatholakala la Ekurhuleni abazofunda size kwazanya indlela yokuthola elinye isonto lincane man. Fanele kuyofundela abantwana abawu50 kulelo sonto lelo ngoba bayala ngezinto ezikahulumeni. Namhlanje bathi bayanikezana ngazo kodwa bayala. Then la eDan Park la bafundela kwenye i-tennis court tennis court. Yes, bafundela kwenye i-tennis court. Hayi kodwa bantu benkosi ake nihambeni niyobuka izinto zikamasipala ziva. Ezinye kumile ukhulu olungaka. Abakhona ukusinika ukuthi sihlakulelo khula singene ngaphakathi. Ikuphi inkinga abantu bakithi? Ikuphi inkinga? Yini le yenza ukuthi sicwasane sisodwa, sibukane abanye bephansi abanye bephezulu? Yini? Why? Ngoba asifuni imali kini, sifuna izinsiza zomphakathi sizisebenzise. Nalelani nazo. Akukhona kakho lapha ya. Ngelinye ilanga uyophuma ngoX khona lapha ya. Kungena omunye umuntu, uhambe nami njengezicathulo zami ngitshekile uhambe nami izicathulo zizotsheka. Asenzeni ke ukuthi mhla ubuya kumina nami ngiaccommodate ngithi hayi mfowethu wake wasiza lapha nalapha. Ungafuni ukuhamba wedwa 10 kilometers abantu besele emuva. Awubheke uhola bobani la ukhona ubheke ukuthi kunani ngemuva. Ubuza ukuthi lokho engikutshalile kuyamila na. Enye problem eniyenzayo ke eminyango ukuthi laba bantu mani banika nilandeleli. Niyabanika izinto nani njengoba nichaza nina manje la nabo benikhohlisa bathi iyafika ebantwini. Akukho lutho okufika emphakathini. Anilandeleli. Uma nizofike ninike lo baba lo ningamlandeli yena uzolanda abakhe abafunayo anikeze lo nalo njalo. Umphakathi ke uyohlala unkemile ulokhu ukhombile ukuthi kodwa kuthiwa kunombuso osiholayo. Mina noma singathini bantu benkosi Ngiyanizwa abantu bayebekhala opresident bakhale ngobani. Hey laba abantu benkosi okhala ngwabo abana next bayayikhipha izinto. Napha abantu abayivalayo laba abaphansi. Uma sesifikile phansi ayisafiki kulabantu. Ziphelela lapha phansi. Iproblem yenu ukuthi anilandeleli. Anikwazi ukuthi step by step nithi ukwenzile lokhu bese niya nasemphakathini nikutholile na. Bafakazi ukuthi yebo sikutholile. Hiyo nje problem ekhona. Bayede. Bantu benkosi ngiyaxolisa ukunithethisa kodwa kuvele kuvuka olunye usinga mangibona abantu esiye sithi masicela izinto bangakhona ukusinika. Ngiyabonga. Bayede.
Bayede. Chairperson of the committee, all protocol observed. I won't say much, it already been said. I wanted to check why we are not giving the copies of that budget. As a member, you are presenting to us, but we are just looking there. We can't even refer back of what was presented. Is there any reason why we are not provided? Maybe chairperson of the committee.
Okay, I understand. I think the reason is because we are working paperless at the department, but your point is taken. Like I said, it was presented on the screens, but it wasn't handed out. But the point is taken, thank you.
Okay, but we are requesting those copies, please. We want to refer back to what was presented to us. And I'm also confirming what the other leaders. MEC, please make yourself visible in the communities, your department. We are there to assist the community, engage with us, invite us, involve us in your programs. Don't come and present things to us that we are not a part of that budget. So please, when we leave here today, we need your contacts. You give us a person that we will work with that person as contralesa. We are not, we are leaders of these communities. Community of Amakosi at all levels. Please engage with us at the end of this program. We need you. Agriculture will be the only solution to the people because there are no jobs. But we can do something in our backyards. We can do, there are different types of techniques of agriculture. Use old ties, use whatever, but we need also seeds as a startup. So please engage with us as this team after this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go further, I just want to afford the Honourable MEC to respond. I think we've noted that there was reference made to the Ekurhuleni Metro then, who are not here today, but the role that they might be playing. But let's afford the Honourable MEC to opportunity to respond. If you're ready, Honourable MEC.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. And ngifuna ukuthi bayede. Siyanibingelela makhosi, siyanhlonipha. And you are recognized in this forum. And rikopa tshwarelo for not recognizing you officially before siqala i-session. Abasnikezanga i-list yokuthi khona ubani la. So moving forward, I will request that we are also given an attendee register and a list from the Secretariat. Sikwazi kahle ukuthi khona ubani la, and ensure that we recognize the dignitaries accordingly. So, rikopa tshwarelo, and we would like to just commit that we will do that going forward. Amakhosi and to all other speakers, mphakathi wonke, sinzwile. The department has a lot of challenges, and most of those challenges, bese sikhulume nazo now. What we need to do now is come up with a way forward. Ukuthi sizosebenza kanjani. And what I can appreciate are the proposals and suggestions that you've made. Ukuthi, njengoba sila, the whole department ikhona namhlanje. Khona ama-chief director, u-chief director we-agriculture ukhona. Uye vele umphakathi we-agriculture ukhona. Cela ume, Baba Madolo. Thank you. Nangu Baba Madolo. That is our chief director we-agriculture. Futhi kukhona untate Makaipeya. Untate Makaipeya ukhona naye ki-chief director wa-agro-processing. So uye ozodila ngezindaba ze-agro-processing, ama-SMME, ama-incubation, zonke lezi zinto. Ne-HR ikhona. So masikhuluma ngendaba ze-learnerships, training, yonke lezi zinto, bakhona abantu be-HR, bakhona la namhlanje. And we've come as a full team. Even my office ikhona. Mama, ute ufuni contact, ukhona ubhuti, uLolo, Lolo Maka. Please stand up, Lolo. There we go. Now, uLolo is the PLO e-officini yami. Ngihamba naye nje every day. So whenever issues come and arise from communities, zifike kuye, and then they come processed with also plans on how we can address some of those challenges. So ngicela nje nithathe namanamba wakhe and make sure ukuthi niyamfonela noma whatever time, nasekuseni nasebusuku. Agashadanga, so it's okay, ningamfonela nase midnight ebusuku. So please know, ukuthi, as far as my office and the department goes, we really want to work with you. We really want to see people bazoba progressive, because nati sidume ngama projects. We want to see successful projects so that the portfolio committee doesn't keep telling us about all of our failures. We want to be able to point and say, there is our success, there is our success. These are the people that we have employed. Koni youth, konabo mama, konama kosi. Everybody has had an opportunity to actually build something. And that's why, and so I'm asking, Mama, ute sini invite, mina, I'm putting it back to you to say, please can you invite us? Ling meme, I will come to your community and engage with you properly. Nize kahle. And we can sit, we can discuss, and find a way forward. And futhi department, as I said, ikhona namhlanje. So make sure that we also use this platform to engage with the relevant officials if there are specific issues. So when it comes to issues of applications, issues of anything that you have had a challenge with that pertains to the department, bakhona namhlanje, bazophendula. And I won't leave until all of the issues at least have been responded to for today. So I think it's also important that we give the department an opportunity. I heard, Uti, there are some specific issues, and Chairperson, you are right. Ezinye zizohamba ziye emaspala, kumaspala. Tina, we deal with we obviously operate at a provincial level. And as the department, we run our support programs, and sometimes we partner with iMasipala. Because generally, iMasipala will be the ones, bazosinikeza number one, umhlaba. Tina asinayo umhlaba. Maybe you can assist us in that department. Number two, even in terms of the funding to do some of these programs, some of the funding ihleli la, some of the funding ihleli kubo. So we need to partner to make sure that we can actually amplify our support and do more. And so we will also engage, I think, is it tomorrow? Yeah, tomorrow, Ngine IGR meeting. The EIGR is when the MEC meets with the municipality. Bayibiza intergovernmental relations. So from tomorrow, I will be actually meeting with the different MMCs from Ekurhuleni, City of Joburg, in. So if there are specific issues that you have, please, again, share those issues with us. We can table them kule meeting sasa, and izoenza kusasa, and we will share with you what the outcomes of that meeting are, if you can give us those issues. So, other than that, I think, Chair, with your permission, I don't want to derail your meeting, but I know there were one or two elements that the department was still hoping to respond on, and I'd like to give them a chance to just give input here and there, especially, I think, from the side of the Department of Agriculture. And Dr. Madolo, if you can maybe just give one or two additions to what I've spoken to, and then we can also just have a way forward.
Thank you, Honorable
Thank you.
MEC.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Nkosi MEC, bayed mandibulele lithuba nam that I've got ukuthi ndiphendule umakhosi indaba zethu. All I can say is that through you, Honorable Chair, sizawuyilandelela le ntetha beniyenza yokuthi sisebenzisane nani. We do work in the agri-sector, siyasebenzisana nabo, because they've got programs on training, and I think the program nithetha ngayo, the learnership is from them, and they fund such programs themselves. So I think we need to sit down, plan, and be able to address the youth learnership issue that you raised. We believe in working through partnerships. So, and I think that's what also MEC said. We will work together with you, but let's do the plan together. The issue of tractors, that we do know that the department had a model whereby tractors were given to the municipalities and the farmers through cooperatives. But we do know that there is a challenge with those tractors that were given to the municipalities so that they help you. And I think between me and Tata Makaipia were addressing that issue so that one were able to, because some of those tractors, yes, as you said, Ndabezit, cannot be used anymore. So we need to have a plan of how do we, talking about activating the issue of production within your areas. And that can only happen because land belongs to the municipality, in Ekurhuleni specifically. We have worked and we are still working with Tate Cebekulu Sanele and Tate Jafta Maholela, who are the responsible officials here. So I think in that meeting we will need to get together nabo, sihlale phansi, siplane kahle, sibonisane kahle. Thank you so much, MC. I think that's it, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the response. Honourable members, stakeholders, we still have to address the Department of Environmental Affairs presentation as well. And I'm sure that you would also want to ask some questions there. But let me thank the leaders of the Amakosi. I didn't personally know who was present today, so I apologize on behalf of the committee, and I'm glad that you introduced yourself. It's an honor to meet you. And I sincerely hope and trust that the department would be able to address the issues, get the information, contact details, email addresses, if any, so that they could forward the information that you asked for, Madam. Is there anything else from the committee side before we move on to the Department of Environmental Affairs? Nothing at this stage. And I thank all the Honourable MEC, the representatives of the department, for being present, and it's been a robust engagement, but it's necessary. And it's also a proof to the members of the community that we do not hide anything. If there's things that challenges that needs to be addressed, this is the place to bring it to the people and to hear what the community say and to address it. I think without just a technical team, would it be in order if we continue with the environmental? I just wanted to find out quickly. Yeah. Right. Let's continue. I received an apology from Honourable MEC Masibuku, who apparently is the acting MEC for Environmental Affairs, after Honourable Sheila Peters, MEC, resigned. And she will be represented by an official of the department. I don't know exactly who will be doing the presentation. And while we at it, I will please release Honourable MEC Ramaphosa. She's got another place to be and lots of other work to do, and we thank her for her presence. Can we just get the microphone? Ah, there it is.
No, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. And good afternoon, honorable members. Let me also greet the community of Leondale. Dumelang bagolo le kae? And also let me recognize Amakosi, the traditional leadership from Contralesa. My name is Blake Mosley Lifatula. I'm the head of department. I am the head of department for the Department of Environment. The Department of Environment is now separate from the Department of Agriculture. Before, the Department of Environment and the Department of Agriculture was together. But now it is separate, and what we are going to present would be the budget of the Department of Environment and also the annual performance plan and the KPIs, the key performance indicators for the Department of Environment. So the Department of Environment is, just briefly before I hand over to Barry, who's the acting chief director, who will speak on the budget and the APPs. Just to briefly explain what the Department of Environment is responsible for. Firstly, we are responsible for ensuring that the environment that we have is clean and it is also healthy, and the environment is not a challenge to us as human beings. So if you look at the Constitution, which is section 24 of the Constitution, it says that each and every citizen should be able to live in a clean and healthy environment that is not a threat to the human beings, just to summarize. So we're also responsible for working with municipalities to ensure that the place is kept clean. Waste must be collected. Now we know we've got a big challenge in relation to that. And it's going to be our responsibility as a department to work with representatives from traditional leaders, from community-based organizations, from other civic organizations, to ensure that the areas where we live, they are kept clean. Okay? Then the other issue that we are responsible for as a department is to manage the nature reserves that we've got. Nature reserves like Ekurhuleni falls under the responsibility of the department. So we must make sure that Ekurhuleni returns to its previous status where people can go out for an outing and go and have picnics there and go and visit there and also be a tourist destination, you know, for not just ourselves here in Gauteng, but also for people from outside of Gauteng and also for people from outside of South Africa. So we've got about 7 nature reserves in the province that we are, you know, responsible for, including Roodeplaat Dam. Then the other area that the department is responsible for is to ensure that the quality of air must be safe so that it must not make people sick. So there must not be lots of air pollution in the province. So that, because we know that if the air quality is bad, it leads to people being sick. You get TB, asthma, and other, you know, illnesses, okay? Then the last area that we are responsible for, the second last area that we are responsible for is climate change. And we're already experiencing climate change in our country and in our province. All these floods that have been happening and the heat waves that we are actually experiencing are all results of climate change, and it's the responsibility of the department to work together with all the stakeholders to ensure that we mitigate, we lessen the impact that these severe storms will actually have, you know, on our communities. Like what has happened in Umtata is an example of climate change. So we need to ensure that we work with all the stakeholders in the community so that we can try and mitigate, you know, the impacts of those occurrences on our communities should it actually happen. Then the last area that we are responsible for is what is called biodiversity and nature conservation. It's a bit difficult to explain biodiversity, but there are specific plants that must be preserved because of the speciality that they bring, you know, to the nature that we actually have. Specific plants and specific trees, as an example, that can't be just gotten rid of and we develop on it. And then also, there is what is called wetlands, which is an area where there's a small river, but in that river you've got small pieces of grass, you know, and reeds actually growing. And those also must be preserved, so that if you want to build houses, you can't go and build house, you know, on those wetlands or next to a wetland. So those are the responsibilities that we are responsible for as a department. And the budget that we are going to present now, that Barry is going to present as the acting chief financial officer, will talk to those functions that I've mentioned here. I'm accompanied by the two chief directors who will answer all the questions. I'm just doing the introduction. The two chief directors will be answering all the questions that will actually come. And let me just introduce them, Chairperson, before I actually go and sit down. Loiso is responsible. Mr. Loiso Mkwana is responsible for sustainable use of the environment, climate change, and all those other functions that I've spoken for. And then we've also got Mary Jane Ramatlhodi, who is actually the acting chief director, who's responsible for compliance and license. So she is the one who's actually telling the HOD, you know, to open up criminal cases against individuals who are not doing what the law says, you know, we need to do. But having introduced them, let me then just hand over to Perry to do the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, HRD, for those opening remarks. Honorable members, committee, I will be presenting then the Gauteng Department of Environment budget vote to the portfolio committee. Areas that are being covered is just again the department constitution mandate, vision and key focus area alignment to department plans to the GGD 20 priority areas, budget allocation over the MTF period, and then the revenue over the MTF period. Just looking again just at the constitution mandate, the section 24 of the constitution, everyone has the right to an environment that is not harmful to their health and well-being, and to have the environment protected by law and other measures that prevent pollution and ecological degradation, promote conservation and secure ecologically sustainable development and use of natural resources, while promoting justifiable economic and social development. The vision of the department is resilient Gauteng that protects and manages its environment and natural assets to ensure sustainability. The vision, the mission is to provide leadership, oversight and coordination in environmental matters to safeguard the environment for the benefit of the current and future generations. So the department did align its plan to govern priorities. Just again, the key priorities is climate change, waste management, pollution and air quality management, biodiversity management and ecosystem protection, and environmental compliance and enforcement. And that we are linking then to the MTDB strategic priorities for 24 to 2029, as well as your GGT 2030 priorities. Just looking at the budget funding priorities, again, the department has covered the following priority areas as in your APP, strategic plan, operational plans, the national sector priorities, the medium-term development plan, that's your MTDP priorities, Growing Gauteng Together 2030 priorities, MEC delivery agreement, state of province address priorities. Just again, which I presented in agriculture one, is just quickly a synopsis of the splitting of program one, administration program. Again, we apply the percentage split of the 53 and 47. So 53% of the department baseline allocation was allocated to environment and 47 to agriculture. We split the MEC's budget 50-50, and again, the goods and services line items was also split, but based on line functions inputs, as well as items which we couldn't split, we used the 47-53% split. Transfers and payments of capital assets, again, the percentage split was applied for those items. Just the budget being allocated for program 1, that's administration, is the office of the MEC. The baseline allocation was 8.5 million. It increased additional with 2.1, and the revised baseline is now 10.6. Senior management, 10.9, and that's the baseline allocation is 10.9. Corporate services is 109 million. Additional budget of 8.9, and the revised baseline is now 118 million. Financial management, 25.4 million. Additional budget of 6.8 is 32.2 million. The total allocation just for program 1 is now sitting at 171.9 million. Just quickly indicating the revised budget allocation that we received during May. The department received an additional 67.9 million, and that is broken down of the 16.9 million that has been allocated for program 1 for compensation of employees, specifically accommodate the filling of critical posts as part of the baseline structure, and which was necessary to enable the department to fulfill its fiduciary and government functions. The department also, after the PPOC process, will finalize and develop a new organizational structure which responds to the department's mandate. Additional funds will then be made to provincial treasury to fund these vacant positions in the new structure. We also receive an additional 50 million allocated to waste management. That is to enable the department, in collaboration with municipalities, in cleaning the 18 central business districts in Gauteng ahead of the G20 summit. So that's also been allocated during the second adjustment of the department's budget. Just quickly a breakdown for program 1. Economic classification, you've got your compensation of employees budget. So the revised baseline there with the additional 17.9 million is 105 million, 8. Goods and services, 61.6 million. Transfers and subsidies, 950. And payments for capital assets is 3.5 million. Then the total, as reported previously, is 171.9, but just for the administration program. Looking at the program or the department's budget as a total, the department is aligned to the approved APP targets of the MEC delivery agreement. Again, measures posed by the department to tighten physical discipline relates to only commit the department to what has been allocated and improved in the APP MEC delivery agreement. No overcommitment of the budget allocated for the 25-26 financial year. Then, like I've reported, just the additional budget was that 57.2 million allocated to the department. Looking at the different programs within the department, we've got 6 programs in the department. So you've got your administration is the first program in Department of Environment. The next program is environmental policy planning and coordination. The third one is compliance and enforcement. Fourth one is environmental quality management. Fifth one is biodiversity management. Sorry for that. biodiversity management, and in the last one is in environmental empowerment services. Just concentrating on the highlighted area for the 25-26 financial year, administration received a budget of 171.9. That's an increase of 32.9% from the previous financial year. It's a 19% increase there. Environmental policy planning coordination received 34.3 million, an increase of 12.4, so it's 29% there. Compliance and enforcement, 54.6, additional 2.9, 5%. Environmental quality management received 150 million there, is an increase of 70 million or 53%. And biodiversity is 190. The 84 increase there of 44% relates also to our two trading entities, which we have been allocated under biodiversity. So it's your World Heritage Site, Cradle of Humankind, as well as the Dinokeng Nature Reserve allocations are being allocated under that specific line or program. Environmental Empowerment Service, 88.8 million. There's a reduction there of 22.3 million, of 25%. The reduction of the 22.3 million under Environmental Empowerment Services just relates to the additional budget that we received last year for the EPWP Green Army project. So we didn't, because that project ended last year, we didn't receive any additional budget or money for this financial year. That's the reason for the reduction of that 22.3 there. Compensation of employee, looking at the economic classification, compensation of employee. Again, just looking at the highlighted sections for 25-26 financial year. The budget allocated there is 353.1 million, additional of 29 million is at 8%. Goods and services, 236.4, additional 74.3 million, sitting at 31%. Transfers and subsidies is 80.7, additional 77.9 million, it's sitting at 96. Again, that transfers and subsidy increase there of 77 million relates then to the money for the trading entities, which we then transfer to them each and every month. Payment for cap 80,000 there, and the total again just for program. Like I've indicated, the empowerment service budget reduction was because of the EPWP workers that's no longer in the department. The increase in compensation of employee is just the cost of living increases of 4.87, as well as the additional budget of 17.9 million that been allocated for program 1. Your goods and service increase of 31 is additional budget allocated for waste management, climate change of 57.2, and cleaning and greening of 50 million. The transfers and subsidies increased 96%, like I've indicated, that's for the trading entities, and the payments for capital asset decrease relates to infrastructure, readiness for the department to implement those projects. This is just a breakdown for our two trading entities, the Cradle of Humankind. That also includes a portion of EPWP conditional grants of 39 million. The Garankuwa Hotel School, 7.5, Dinokeng, also with its EPWP conditional grant is 31.7. Then the total is 78 million. The equitable share portion of that is 77 million, and the EPWP incentive grant is 1.3, which has been split between Cradle of Humankind, World Heritage Site of 657, and Dinokeng 658,000, which add up then to the 78.3 million. Colleagues, let me just move on here. So this is just basically the breakdown I've given previously. Let me just move on to revenue.
So on the revenue, what we are projecting collect for the 25-26 financial year is 9.7 million, and that revenue comes from the sale of goods and services. So the main revenue stream for that revenue is our nature reserves, visitors to the nature reserves. The next one is fine, penalties and forfeits, the 4.4 million. That is relating to the payments for Section 24G fines that we issued and payments being made. Interest is just at 5,000, and then financial transactions is if there's any auctions taking place in the department for the sale of motor vehicles, or if there's any scrap IT equipments that we are selling. When we look at the APP and MEC delivery agreement, the costing of our department's APP, we can start with environmental policy planning coordination. So just quickly highlighting, for instance, the expansion of Gauteng Industrial Symbiosis Program, GIPS. The target is 6,000 participating industries, which we allocated a 2 million budget there. The last one on this page is Gauteng greenhouse gas emission maintained within aggregated trajectory range, which is also part of the MEC's delivery agreement, is 131 to 168 megatons CO2 equivalent range. So the department is also busy developing the Gauteng monitoring, recording and verification system to determine this targets as well as going forward. Also just on the MEC's delivery agreement on compliance and enforcement is percentage of administrative enforcement notices complied with by industry. The target is 100%, but the budget allocated there is just COE. Then also the number of administrative enforcement notices issues for non-compliance with environmental management legislation. The target is there 100 with a budget allocated of 16.4. Number of compliant criminal investigation handed to the MPA for prosecution is 50 cases and a budget there is 5.4 million. Number of compliance inspections conducted, we're targeting a target of 250 with a budget allocated of 27.3 million. Impact management, so it's percentage of environmental impact assessment application finalized within 30 days to support infrastructure and economic development. The target that the department need to achieve there is 98% of those applications need to be finalized in that timeline, and the COE budget being used there. Percentage of compliance EA application finalized within the legislative timeline is 100%. When we look at air quality, on the MEC's delivery agreement is the development and implementation sectorial emission reduction plans. The department is developing an implementation emission reduction plans for material processing sector, and we are using COE budget for developing that. On waste management, just looking at the percentage of completed waste license application finalized within legislative time frames is again 100% that we need to achieve. Number of waste certification issues is about 800, and also COE budget there. On the MEC's delivery agreement is improvement of level of cleanliness of Gauteng. We need to reach a level 3, and the budget allocated there is 50 million. Continuing with waste management. So these are just on our operational plan, but the last one is percentage achievement in natural waste management strategy division's targets. It's a 16% and it's currently not funded, but we need to make provision for that because it's on MEC's delivery agreement. Biodiversity management, also on the APP and MEC delivery agreement, is a number of urban parks considered for NEPA so it's the National Environmental Management and Protected Areas Act status. So the target there is 1, and the number of new stewardship sites assisted in increased land under conservation for biodiversity stewardship program is also a target of 1, and the budget allocated there is 1.1 million. Number of biodiversity economic initiative implemented is also 1. Number of Gauteng nature reserves commercialized, we are also targeting 1, and the main one there is the Sacred Bosrand Nature Reserve with an allocated budget of 1.7 million. Continuing with biodiversity management, also on MEC's delivery agreement is the number of hectares of land rehabilitated, restored, is a target of 5,000. And then the number of interventions with wetland conservation implemented is 16. Increase the aquatic ecosystem protection level is 1, and percentage of strategic waste resources under protection of is also in MEC's delivery agreement, but that target is 3%, and both those three indicators is a budget allocated of 2.3 million. Environmental empowerment services, which is our last program on the APP, just looking at the number of work opportunities created for the environmental sector, public employment is about, target is 2.7 million, and allocated budget of 2,700. Then number of environmental capacity building activities conducted, target of 52 with a budget of 2.4. Number of environmental awareness activities is 280 is the target with a budget of 8 million. Number of tree planted is we are targeting 100,000 with a budget allocated of 17.9, and number of cleanups conducted is 10 with a budget allocated of 10 million. Again, just challenges which also relate to the Department of Environment, will also affect Department of Agriculture. It's just again the capacity issues in supply chain and financial management. Although we did receive additional budget to advertise those posts, so the mitigation there is also again just seconding people through Gauteng Provincial Treasury, filling of vacant funded posts already advertised, and then the advertising of those posts in Program 1 with the additional 23.8 million. And which I also reported is just after the PMOC process, we will just relook at the structure of the department to align it to the department's mandate and to fill those critical positions. So a submission will be made to Provincial Treasury to filling those positions. As well as the conditional grant business plans, the implementation of that, we haven't received confirmation or approval of that conditional grant. And that's the end. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Venter. The Department of Environmental Affairs, like mentioned earlier, is a new department in Gauteng, which is only about to start functioning on its own. Unfortunately, we've got a vacancy as far as the MEC is concerned. And as I mentioned earlier, the acting MEC, Honorable Masibuku, could not be here today. So that the committee decided not to deliberate and ask questions to the department, but rather send it via email for written responses, if that would be in order. Another reason for that is because we've still got a program ahead of us and we've got a time constraint. But thank you very much for the presentation. I would also then like to open the floor to the representatives of the community if they wanted to ask any questions on this specific presentation. And once again, just for the record, remember this is been recorded. If you raise your hand and before you speak, just mention your name so that it's recorded as well. Thank you very much. The microphone, could that be handed to the speakers? On its way. Thank you. You may continue.
Bayete. Thank you, Chairperson and the portfolio team. Ulakase lwehlile. And now we can talk. Deliberately, so I wanted this event to take place at Jimiston Lake for the purpose of the environment. There is a lake there. If you look at it, now there's no longer water there. It's a water lettuce. I'm not sure about the name. I'm just wondering, I thought that there's no budget for environment. I just hear today that there is a budget for it. So the water cleaning system, how does it work? Because immediately when we are losing water in that form, so that means sooner or later we will be running out of water ourselves at our own areas. You pass by the Val River there, which supplies until here in Gauteng. It's green there. It's no longer look like water. It's green. Where does this budget goes to? Our environment is dead. If you go out here, not far, right here outside, grass is this tall. You can just put fire there and it will burn. I just want to understand where does the budget goes to? Where does it covers and where does not covers? That is my question there, because I think every year when this conversation comes, I've got the same complaint. And I'm living here, I always pass and nothing has happened there. So, Bapati, agriculture ngeke ikwazi ukuba namanzi if we are running out of water. Even ourselves, we will never have clean water if there's some species in the water which are foreign inside that water. So we won't be able to drink the water. We'll get sick. Soon we are dying. Thank you.
Thank you. So you may continue.
Bayete. Nginibingelele baphathi bezemvelo. Ay nina ke angeke nginilwisa nginazi kakuhle angikaze ngikhulume lutho nani. Akukho ngingakhuluma ngizoqala namhlanje ukukhuluma nani. Ngifuna ukuthi next time ngilwe ngoba ngikhulumile. Kulezi indawo lezi okuchitha kuzo inkukhuma abantu ekuhlaleni othola ukuthi njengabantu abagcina imvelo iclean siyazibona kuze kubhalwe namabhodi ukuthi no dumping kodwa abantu bayalahlela lapho manje ke sithi thina singamakhosi sibolekeni zona simane silima ispinashi abantu badle kunokuthi nina nihlale nazo le nkukhuma zisinukela kabi ekugcineni size sibe namagciwane bese kuthiwa ngiphethwe iCovid. Sinikeni ke lezi yandawo singamakhosi sizisebenzise. Niyasiboleka vele umhlaba nitha akusiwa amakhosi. Nitha akusiwa amakhosi umhlaba. Kodwa uyazi original ukuthi umhlaba unabanikazi. Ngelinye ilanga iyobuya ibuyele back kubanikazi leyo nto ukuthi na umhlaba wenu. Angikhulumi ngomuntu ohlala 5 years esitulweni ngimvotele ngamnika 5 years. Inkosi iyazalelwa. Inkosi iyazalelwa. Mase izelwe inkosi liyashona ilanga bese kuvela enye inkosi futhi akwenzeki ngiphume after 10 years. futhi ke ingakho ngeke ngibe ne-corruption ngoba ngikwazi ukuba ne-corruption ngiyazi ukuthi ngenzela abantwana isizukulwane nesizukulwane esizayo ngenza i-corruption ekubenini ngiyohlala forever la fanele ngithi mangilele la ngilele khona kuthiwa hey kulela inkosi la kungathiwa hey kulela isigebengu la besicela ke mntana enkosi ukuthi bantwana benkosi nisizame ngalezo ndawo ziningi leko Springs koThema kuphi koDuduza ziningi siyayibona kodwa masithi siyocela nje leyo ndawo okudampa kuyo sivalela umnyango sicela ke nibheke ukuthi ngeke nisatshala ikhabishi elingasiza abantu bayede.
Thank you. So your input has been noted. You're welcome to continue. Thank you.
Bayete. Pula. Kamako. Siphinde futhi sibonge uNkosimathe lo uvusi Nkosimathe okhulumayo laphana eSprings kwaThema Ekurhuleni. Enguvezayo nje kuncane kakhulu sesikhulumile amakhosi abekile kuzwakele. Bengicela ukuthi ake kube nomshado wamakhosi nedepartment. Ingapheli inyanga okanye inyanga ezimbili singahlalanga sibonisane. Siyakudinga singamakhosi ukuthi kwenzeke lokho. Lokho esikuphakamisile namhlanje la kuncane kakhulu. Kunenge esinako singamakhosi esifuna ukuthi sincedisane nana silwi nana ngithi. Nathi sifuna ukuthi sikhande intuthuko sisonke. Sizothi uma kuyiwa ku budget kokwenziwa ibudget sibe sihamba sisonke sazi ukuthi kokwenziwane ngokuthi mawuyikhanda uwedwa ibudget sozoyilengisa kimi angeke isebenze kahle ngeke ihambe kahle so ke siyacela singamakhosi ukuthi ake sibe nalomshado ne-department nani sibe nomshado kancane sithi ukuhlangana sohlola ukuthi sisebenza kanjani kumele kusetshenzwe yini sikwazi ukuthi sihlanganise nentsha esinayo la sibandakanye kulezo zingxoxo lezo okanye babuke ukuthi yini abangayiqhamula bona abangayihlomula kulezi zinto lezi eziku budget okanye kumele zibudgethelwe. Kungabi into nje ezoba imvela kancane ukuthi sidibane nani. Makube imvela kakhulu. Ngokuthi kunenge nizokuzuza uma nihlangana namakhosi. Once wabalekela amakhosi sokuqala inkinga ezingeke zivimbeke ezingeke zilamleke. Ngiyathemba ukuthi nani anithandi la nikhona manibona isizwe silambile. Anithandi nani ukubona isizwe sifa. Kodwa ke manje maningabambisani namakhosi kusho ukuthi niyathanda kwenzeke lokho. Kuze kungenzeki makube nomshado wamakhosi nedepartment. Sikwazi ukuthi sihlinene indlela yokuya phambili. Sikwazi ukuthi silethe intuthuko kubantu abethu. Abantu abethu kumanje bayafunda baqedile ezikolweni bahleze emakhaya. Bafaka ama-CV benza yonke lento akubasizi konke lokho. Hayi ukuthi bayavilapha abavilapha abantu abethu nede abalitholi usizo ukuthi basizeke. So sicela ke ngokuthi i-department ikhona, i-department inama budget inawo yonke lento thina singamakhosi sibanjwe ngobhongwane. Asikwazi kunyakaza. Uma uqala uyinkosi uthi uyanyakaza bathi ungibani lo? Uyini lo? Hey asifunwa kodwa ke namhlanje sizoqeda lo hlevana lokuthi sibukeleke phansi singamakhosi. Sike nathi sibe isibane kini. Siyanthanda ngabantu abethu. Sifuna ukuthi sibe nani, sisebenzisane nani, kunenge esizokuthuthukisa, kunenge okuzokwenzeka kube intuthuko, isizwe ngokwaso. Ngeke sisalokhunja, sisalamba, sizojabula ngoma sinibona nani. Ngokuthi njoba beze la, abazelanga ukuthi bazohlobisa le holo, okanye abazelanga la ukuthi bazodla ukudla mebe nikuphekile, bazozwa ukuthi baphuma nini enhluphekweni, laba khona basuka nini. Ngokuthi kubhlungu ukuthi bavuke ekseni bangazi ukuthi bavukele ini bazokwenzani. Uma kushona ilanga kubhlungu ukuthi bangazi ukuthi njoba liphumile ilanga benzeni, bese kuqala ke ubugebengu. Kuze kuphele ubugebengu kumele kube nalomshado, sikwazi ukuthi silethe intuthuko ebantwaneni bethu, ngokuthi sebayilikusasa lethu, yibone sithi izwe ngelabo. Iganga njoba esho undaba ezitha, sizoxoxa ngazo indawo, thina sifuna ukuxoxa ngazo singamakhosi. Kodwa sifuna ukuxoxa nobani nophethe imali, ophethe imali ubani i-department. I-department mayisibalekela kusho ukuthi kuyashabalala konke ngokuthi thina sibanje ubhongwane thina. Sizofuneka ngelinye ilanga makuyiwe emavotini bese kuthiwa apha amakhosi, apha amakhosi. Mase sibuya lapha ku-IEC, sebabalekile labantu sebanyamalele. Ubhlungu obungako obenzakalayo, cha, asibambisaneni. Sizonicela nje sizoshaya izandla kini ukuthi ake nisidingeni ngokuthi thina sesinidinge sesize sikhathele, sesinibikile ke kubogogo benu ukuthi naba labantu laba bayasibalekela abantwana benu. Ibhadi ke likhona ke eceleni kwenu. Uze lisuke sondelani ke emakhosini, sibambisaneni, siyeni phambili, sincedeni isizwe. Thina sifuna ukuthi kuncedeke isizwe kuphela. Phela nje bayede.
Thank you. So there's a clear message for better engagement between the community leaders and the department or government in general. We note your concern. Thank you for your input. Just a message to the members of the community and to the department. Our community had a meeting last night, and we are in the process of getting measures and taking action to see to it that the water resources, the scarce water resources in our province is being cared for. It is a huge challenge. I'm not going to elaborate on it today, but we take it very, very seriously. I want to afford the department to respond to some of the comments before we go to the next item on the agenda. Thank you.
Sanibonani, Mphathi Nhlelo Chairperson, honorable members of the committee, Amakhosi, Bayede Camagu, mna ke ngithi Camagu, HOD and colleagues. Ngizophendula le mibuzo ibe specific. The first one was about the water. Specifically at Benoni Lake, but Germiston Lake, but also it's also the same at the PS Dam in Northwest. So, kune plant abati it's a water hyacinth. All plants are good plants where they come from, until you get them out of control. Then they are called alien invasive plant. So what we call here in South Africa is an alien invasive plant. It's a plant that comes from another country. There, it gets controlled. It controls insects. Insects feed on the flowers. You remember the basic biology, young people. So the insects control the plant by controlling the flowers. They
cross-pollination. If I sound like I'm a biography teacher, biology teacher, that is then the cross-pollination. Now when the plant is here in South Africa and it does not have those natural control agents, it grows out wild. So that's the problem that we're having with the water hyacinth. Okay, number one. Number two, inkosi uphumile manje ebekhuluma kanye nge-Eval River. What also helps is when you plant a plant, you need to feed it. And what we use to feed a plant, anesitiyini, is fertilizer. Okay. Manje, there is a problem both at Germiston Lake and at the Val. There is what is called, and mostly for, but eutrophication, is when ilindle is close, you get me. Ilindle is like waste from the bathroom. Yeah, sewer, but in this case it's sewer. Yes. When sewer ends up in a water course, it then provides lots of nutrients, and then the plant thrives. So part of what we have to do is to then investigate ukuthi the sewer, where does the sewer come from? So we know the situation here, infrastructure, yase Gauteng, Indala. It's broken, the sewer pipes are leaking, and that raw and untreated sewer ends up in the lakes, providing free nutrients and causing what is called eutrophication. And then the plant thrives and thrives. In the Val River, the problem is Ekurhuleni, the sewer system in Ekurhuleni, municipality in particular. You know, there is a challenge of the sewer in that region, and then it flows into the Val River. It's a complex thing. You remember at one time, Ekurhuleni, where Department of Water and Sanitation, even dispersed the army. But the problem is scientific. You have to deal with the discharge of the raw sewer into the Val River course. And then that way you then deprive the plants of free and available nutrients. That's point number one. So what is being done on the Val River? The department of Water and Sanitation, kuzwelonke, national, no rainwater, no Ekurhuleni. We are working on what is called biological control. Okay, so working together with University, but Rhodes University, Eastern Cape. So where we are growing control agents, bacteria. So you control, you grow the bacteria in a lab, and then you release it into the water. So the question is, why don't you just use chemicals? If you use chemicals, you're going to contaminate the water. If you use mechanical controls, and now I'm going through the various control methods, you can use chemical or you can use mechanical, which is to cut the plant. All you are just doing, you are propagating. Because when you cut it, it just grows. Whereas you cut it, it grows and grows. So you actually have to create biological controls. But this bacteria is an anvil for the young people who want to follow the science. Anvil, and it's there are scientists from Rhodes University who are helping us to grow this bacteria and then spread it into the water so that it controls the plant from propagating itself and growing. That's the problem of the Val River. Whereas with the Germiston Lake, the problem again is the issue of the sewer. And the sewer, as a Germiston chairperson, it comes upstream. CAT 2010, during the World Cup, when we were dealing with this problem, we were told about the sewer system that is actually leaking is as far as that of Hillbrow and Yeovil, all the way flowing into Benoni Lake. Germiston will also have a similar problem. We are, of course, then working with CD, Chief Director wa Mapoyisa Endalo, but he compliance enforcement, and Kunama Green Scorpions, where we can identify somebody who is responsible for discharging raw and untreated sewer. We take action, and she's going to, I'm not going to talk on her behalf, she's going to maybe say a few things about how we're taking action, including against municipalities when they are responsible for water or river pollution. So that was the first question. But also what we need to do to solve that problem is we need to find somebody who's got an economic use of the water hyacinth and then create demand. If we can then do that on the other side, which is what now we are talking to, people that can say we can actually use this water hyacinth as a fertilizer for the right kind of agriculture that we want, not in the water, but elsewhere. And if we can then find that demand, we can then harvest and be able to do two things: mechanically remove, but also use biological agents to control under the water. Thank you very much. Because the roots sit way, way deep under the water. And then there was also Ubabu Khosi bekuluma about young people. Ubabu Khosi Mate. Ngiphethe kabi kancane ukuthi amakhosi awasazi ngoba besine program lapha besithi iGreen Army. Sayihamba yonke indawo yamakhosi. Sayihamba yonke nje ngeGreen Army. Katlehong, Soweto, West Randi, Tshwane, ngoku besiqasha i-6,000 EPWP participants. Ayikho indawo singayihambanga yamakhosi. Kodwa ke ithetha ukuthi amakhosi maninzi ngoba ke zange sifike. Asifike ukuthi zange sifike kini, kodwa we made sure ukuthi amakhosi masithi sifuna abantu abaqashwe ngamakhosi besingawaqashi ngokwethu. Besifika sithi apha sifuna 60 people. Inkosi yakhona izaba yiyo ezoselecta labo bantu bayi-60. Besine program yeGreen Army, 6,000 in the province, and I think about 1,000 of those people specifically. Besine angifuna mention amagama nginawo lapha amagama ezinkosi besinabo baboxulu khona la koIkatlehong. Sine meetings upon meetings on Sunday kuthi masize Sunday sizohlangana namakhosi. So what can we do? Around about waste. There is a huge opportunity for young people around about waste. Waste is no longer the thing that we grew up understanding, but you just throw everything away. Okay? Now waste, you can collect it, you can recycle it, and we can help identify buyback centers. Uthe ubaba uNkosi ufuna sikhulumisane singabaleki emakhosini nathi sifuna ukukhulumisana asifuna ubaleka emakhosini. We would like to start programs here Ekurhuleni namakhosi around ama buyback center. Lapho i-buyback center is like a spaza shop se-waste. And we spaza shop yothenga sonke. So i-buyback center is where namaqokelele i-waste yumobo mama a group of 5 yama cooperatives. Let's talk about those and how we can, again, dealing with food waste in particular. You know, from restaurants, from kuzo zonke nezitshisa nyama sizithandayo. There's all sorts of food waste from there that we can work together. And there are many, many other opportunities. Ubaba uNkosi naye ukhulume ngendaba yama-dump sites. Besinayo kahle lo program leyo yama-dump sites. Thina ke besiwenza ama-park. Ukuthi my-dump site ikliniwe, we will turn it into a park. Sisebenzisane nomasipala to make sure ukuthi because bathi there's this thing bathi it's a broken window syndrome. Uba ubone indawo abantu bengcolisa na uzoyingcolisa because oyibonile ukuthi ingathi akunamuntu oyikhathalele. So we also were working with the municipality ukuthi when we clean up illegal dump site we must turn it into something else. So we can turn it into a community garden working with our colleagues agriculture, or we can turn it into a community park or outdoor facility. And nendawo zokujima lapha yabona abanye bethu banomkhaba hlisa umkhaba wenze outdoor gym la ngaphandle wonke umuntu ajime azilolonge ahlisa imikhaba. Okay, inkosi.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and honorable members. Mahoshi, Lischaba Kamoka, Sizulu Saka has that perfect. So I don't want to try Sizulu and end up saying words that are actually not proper because I know, yeah. Tatem Kwana spoke about the issue of the water letties, which we find in our lakes and our rivers. And I think, overlays about how is it formed or how do we end up having that water lettuce. And as he indicated, we have this coming from the wastewater treatment plants. Those are the facilities that are used to actually treat the sewage. So sewage from your household is supposed to go to a plant where it gets treated before it goes into the water resource, which is your stream or your lake. But unfortunately, given the issues that we have, the infrastructure, which is the plants that I've spoken about, we have situations wherein the infrastructure is old. So since Eleakhale is unable to handle the capacity or the amount of sewage from our houses into those facilities. As you know, Gauteng has grown so much. The RDPs that are developed around the province, and those RDPs needs to be serviced through the sewer system. So what is the issue is that the population is but the infrastructure still remains the same. We still have the infrastructure that was the pre-apartheid, pre-democracy, which were constructed during the apartheid times. So you can imagine, Hori, those facilities were actually developed to accommodate certain number of houses. But now, leading to growing and the population growing, the systems are unable to handle the amount of sewage discharging into our plants. But another issue discovering as we did our investigations is that the infrastructure itself also get vandalized by our own communities. You know, people get to go to those facilities, steal things like the cables that are supposed to run the facilities, and at the end of the day, the entire facility, it ends up not functional. And that leads to that untreated sewer, bypassing the system, going directly into your water resources, which is your lakes and the rivers. So what we do as compliance and enforcement, as it was indicated, which is amapoisa, where, what is it, ezemvelo, yes. So what we do is that when we get such cases reported, Corona, we then go and investigate just to where does this thing come from. And in most cases, we have discovered that indeed the municipalities are actually failing to upgrade the systems that we have. And based on that, the law then, instill us as the amapoisa, as where zemvelo. Mapodisa atlago, let me stick to my language. Yeah. We'll then have to instruct the municipalities who are getting the measures in place to try and address the failing infrastructure, the plans that I've spoken about. And we issue them what we call compliance notices, telling them what are the things that they need to put in place. And if they fail to do that, we then take the matter further. I can indicate to you, Abahlali Uguti, we have taken municipalities on criminal cases where we have opened the cases against them with our SAPS, and we have handed over those matters to our prosecuting authority for them to actually be charged for failing to do what they're supposed to do. In some instances, we get them to comply before we can even get to the stage where we issue or we refer the matter for prosecution. But in some instances, there is a complete non-compliance or failure to comply. But on the other hand, given that we are all spheres of government, chairperson, is that we also engage into IGR processes wherein we sit or we engage with the municipal managers to request them to submit action plans to the department as to how are we going to then, how are they going to put in interventions to try and address those issues. So what we actually do is to push them into compliance, because at the end of the day, they need to be compliant so that we don't have that sewer going into our system. And then on the issue of illegal dumping, I think that Mkwana already touched on that, is the fact that as the Green Scorpions, if you report the case to us, we then are able to go and investigate, and still on that, we will instruct the municipality to come and do the cleanup and submit also the action plan that indicates how are they going to then use that area in a way that it's actually sustainable, like you have indicated, Khosi Hore. Maybe we need to turn those areas into gardening areas. Maybe what we can do when we issue those notices for them to do the cleanup, we can also, indicate that we advise that instead of leaving the area open, can they allow then the community to utilize those spaces for the gardening purposes, like you have indicated. But also, I'm not sure who should I share the details to report environmental crimes to chairperson, but we will indicate where the case is with regards to any environmental crimes. A person that is dumping waste, a person that is developing within a wetland, like the HOD has indicated, and they do not have the particular papers like your authorization. Those cases must be reported to us so that we can come and investigate. We don't want situations where houses are flooded and as the department, we actually fail to take action before it gets into a disaster. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think for the moment, we're going to leave the environment at that. If there are any the questions that we decided that we would send them to Lebo, to the committee coordinator, and that will be forwarded to the department then. From the members' side, thank you for your questions as well. We need to move on to the next item of the agenda. Number 6, that's now inputs and comments by youth in agriculture. But it was mentioned that the youth are here. Am I correct? That you mentioned that they are here. What I wanted to ask from them is, would it be possible for them, if they've got specific questions that they need to ask after they've heard everything that they've heard today, if they could forward it to the committee, and then we will see to it that they get answered. Would that be in order? Just as a matter of interest, all the youth in agriculture, could you just raise your hands who are here present today? Thank you. Now we want to thank you for being present today. I think you had a good idea of how things work, how the budgets are working, and how we present and how the committee conduct their oversight, and what the real challenges are. And through your leaders, there were numerous questions asked as well and answers given. So if you've got any specific questions, please forward it to the committee. And the email address would be available here at the desk after we've adjourned the meeting. And please, let's keep contact on that. Then, honourable members, the department, I will release the department if they wish to be released, because we're almost done. But if you need to go, you've been here for the whole day. Thank you very much. We're looking forward to working with the new MEC again soon, and all of the best with the new department. the challenges. Thank you. Also, thank you to Mr. Venter for presenting on behalf of both the departments, the budgets. Thank you very much. That was it's a hot seat, and thank you for everything there. Honourable members, item number 7 is resolution tracking. There's nothing for today. Item number 8, NCOP bills, nothing for today. 9, provincial bills, nothing for today. Petitions, not today. None correspondence received. Are there any other matters arising? Nothing from your side? Just before you leave, members of the community, just hold your hands up. All these devices that's been handed out, please don't take them with you. They need to be handed in. Could someone just come and collect them, please? Okay, just hold them up in the air so that they could be collected. I take it the food parcels is theirs. Honourable members, the date of the next meeting.
The members, the community members are leaving. I don't know where they could have lunch.
Yeah, community members, before you leave, there are lunch parcels out there. The meeting is not officially adjourned. Just let's adjourn it quickly. The date of the next meeting will be on the 27th of June, and it will be a virtual one. And we want to thank you for your presence and your inputs. Please help yourself at some food parcels and lunch there, and stay safe. And with that said, now the meeting is adjourned. Thank you.